Hello, everybody. We are live, and we're going to start off with something which is not the thumbnail, because that's what you do whenever you want to get good recognition in the algorithm. I'm just watching this guy. He had to have panicked because he had a pellet gun on him. I don't know. He was Asian, so, he was probably innocent. He probably just like freaked out. He's like 13 years old. He had a pellet gun on him. He was on his bike, and within 30 seconds, he was shot dead. So 30 seconds passed and he was shot dead off of his bike at like say maybe like 11 p.m. or something like that. He's like biking home. It's summer, There's a lot of guns in media, pellet guns, BB guns, paintball guns, whatever else. Like a lot of kids around that age, like they want to get one for obvious reasons. And then you'd carry it not cognizant of what that entails. Like if you brandish, that is a huge deal, right? Brandishing anything. A lot of these ones, like I think it's kind of silly that they allow you to have like replica, like realistic. I mean, like I guess you would allow them to have those because ultimately you can't really stop an adult from having them, but like to sell them to like 12 and 13-year olds or have it be like normalized. I'm pretty sure there's a big push with that with like bowling for Columbine with Michael Moore and other stuff like that. They wanted to put orange tips on fake guns and things like this so police can recognize. But even with that, and other steps, you can buy a can of spray paint or something like that, right? Um, and yeah, that's about it. It's about it as far as this is concerned. It seems the guy's reaction kind of says it all. Yeah, Nyamway was like, no way. Nyamway, you giving me a pat down. Nyamway, I gotta go. Not a real gun. I'll be okay. He was like, I just live a little bit a ways. So he was like 2 blocks away. He thought he could probably maybe run on foot, dodge into a house. They'd just be like, whatever. Kid got away. Like he's stupid. He probably thinks in like really dumb terms. He hasn't like seen enough police encounters to like understand what this stuff entails, right? But he's probably intelligent. You know what I mean? If you were running from your friends, this would be a valid strategy. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I'll just like, yeah, this is like a hall monitor, like some, I don't know, or even like, maybe like your parent or designated adult or teacher, even, oh, you just like run and hide the thing and be like, oh no, I didn't have anything on me. Like it's kind of stupid. Like obviously he panicked at that moment, right? And these people have like no concern. Where was this? Utica. Uh, that's where Chalmers is from. Uh, well, he's gonna be so mad at Skinner about this when he finds out that Lieutenant Skinner. Well, clearly he's a dangerous person because he's wearing all black. So first of all, you know, there you go. the shade on his, it looks like he has been outside. You never know. People that spend time outside of a vehicle or an indoor area for more than a minute at a time where they can avoid it are sketchy. See how white and pale the officer is? That's why you can trust him. The paler you get. I really like Asian cultures, how they use the umbrellas so they don't get the sun umbrellas. They try to be super pale. I just think it's super funny and interesting as like a cultural phenomena, you know. And they have like the whitening creams and things like this. Uh anyways, jokes aside, yeah, no, like he's in all black and they are 100% typecasting this guy. It's like, oh, he's on a bike, and they're also typecasting themselves. It's like, I'm Mr. Big Guy in charge, out to solve the problems I create. It's like knights in the old days would like get like executed for like small mistakes. It's like there was this whole art of chivalry, not just like chivalry and this like weird. I think people talk about like chivalry to mean like uh flirting and riz or whatever the fuck, but like actual proper like knights chivalry. Like you're not, and this is the place where it would apply. They would be the knight. They would be, what is it, is the Vedas? Is that, am I correct on that? Like you have the untouchable, you have the Brahmin. I'm talking about Indian castes all of a sudden, and then the Vedas class is the warrior class. Um, so yeah, castes of India are basically applicable to all human cultures, more or less. They're like Jungian archetypes, you could say. Uh, and here he is, but like with the modern thing, it'd be like if you could draw an arrow and fire it at somebody, like you were, like the quickest draw to exist among all humans, no matter who you were. You know what I mean? Like you didn't need it. And there's no way you could tell that you were holding a bow and arrow. You know, like so all the art of chivalry kind of stuff is just like technologically outdated. If you want to have that stuff, you have to make like a fictional universe, kind of like with horses. You can get a horse and have a closed course and like ride that horse around, but you're never gonna like bust into town on a horse and everything is like designed for horses and like everyone's running around, like, you know what I mean? Like people are covering real distance. That would be quite a fun culture. I think I would enjoy living in that time period. Everybody says that they're living in like the most interesting time or something else or whatever else. You know, everybody always says their technology is the most interesting stuff because it is. I mean, obviously, like way in the future, it will be probably much better than this. you know, uh, a lot of people today are like really quick to be amazed at like AI, but this is also like the worst version of it that will probably ever exist, and it'll kind of become cliche and passe and stuff. I think people will, cease to engage with the internet as much in future generations because like the people who are going to have kids are going to use the internet less or at least in different ways. I don't know. Um they're not going to use it in this like social media way that people are using, like populists at large. There's a huge populist wave of internet users, the Facebook generation, and that is a lot of people, and that will come and go in a wave. And then there will be kind of other like subgroups that are more, some people are going to be here for the next 20 years, 40 years, 60 years, 80 years from like present day, and we don't really know who is who, right? And there's a lot of stops in between each of those checkpoints. But if we're talking in terms of like technological progress, you can prognosticate and guess what the future will be like, right? And with time, obviously things get better. And also, we're talking about like exponential yield in certain areas. In particular, we should be having exponential social yield, but maybe the truth, like we haven't set up good systems, and I want to get to that. That's probably a good point to transition. You know, also, can I point out the fact that every fucking this guy has his own like RGB keyboard deck. He brought in like his custom keyboard, and he's got, you know, a full on fucking computer. Yet in the state of Georgia, and that man who got a lawsuit for being pulled over for flicking off a cop. Oh, let me tell you, I was filming, flicked off a cop, and I got pulled over. And he told me it was illegal to film in the state of Georgia. I'm like, how am I going to use my GPS? How am I going to, like, I don't know, like, how am I going to get where I'm going? It's like, I'm not a Georgia driver. I don't know this. Like, you know, and he's like, well, I'll let you go with a warning. And I'm like, yeah, well, I also have on camera where I'm like flicking you off. You think it has anything to do with the fact that I flicked you off or the fact that I have it on camera? I even like found it. I might even like have clipped it. I don't even know. I don't think I like if I did clip it, it's equally as lost as the other. I have to go look for my stuff. But it's interesting. I had a couple of interesting incidents. At one point, while I was driving across the United States, which you can see that video on my channel, where I've kind of broke down my journey across the East Coast. I drove the uh, entirety of Florida, more or less, and yeah, it was just kind of a fun time. Unfortunate that the United States is like this, but that is what you do. Yeah, so somebody that has a fucking computer sitting in their right hand seat pulls you over for having a cell phone in your hand, right? And then he like, you know, oh, I'll let you go, just like, you know, verbal warning. He didn't write me a ticket or anything. He just, you know, I think he do. He didn't want to, like, he wouldn't want to go to court and argue with me. There would be, you know, it's like I was on camera flicking him off. He pulled me, like, I don't even know, man. That's what it was. So yeah, I don't know. That's cool. But yeah, these people have fucking full on desktops in their right seat, just like mounted, and you're not allowed to look at your phone. You could read a book. There's a whenever they started passing those kind of laws. There's people that were like going around reading books while they were driving to make a point about that. And I think that's a good protest kind of thing, you know. When I use my phone when I am driving, you know, I always make sure to prioritize the road, and I use it primarily to navigate. And I don't really see a circumstance where me having a phone in my hand would impair me from operating a motor vehicle. Like, you know, I can always drop the phone to handle the wheel if I really need to in urgency, and you should always be planning with stopping time in advance. So that shouldn't be an issue, right? So, you know, you just have to be really aware of what you're doing when you're using your phone, which a lot of people are not. If you're like speeding and using your phone and like not looking at what you're doing, obviously like it's really you make laws to try to catch the people that are going to be really bad problem users, right? But how do you define that? It's just kind of apparent whenever somebody gets into a wreck because they're using their phone, you know, and then it's kind of too late. So a lot of enforcement becomes like catching pre-crime. You know, it's like if you know your kid might stick a fork in the outlet, you put the plastic childproof outlet covers in, right? Uh, anyways, but thought crime and pre-crime, don't know about that. Crazy Taxi. Saw this recommendation. I played it on probably PS2 and GameCube. Uh, Definitely GameCube. I think GameCube was really like my first exposure to Crazy Taxi, and it was great. It was a really fun game, and I only rented it once, but I kind of remembered it. It left a lasting impression for sure. I think I maybe rented it like a second time, but like didn't get as much out of it. But I thought I might. Um, like after some time had passed. Now it's a ROM. Just download it. These things are interesting, but like also super specific and kind of like odd. If you were like a dev of the game, you know, you get one of these things. If you made a bunch of money on Crazy Taxi, you have one of these things that'd be kind of cool. I mean, you made a ton of money on the game. Why wouldn't you want one? Uh, but yeah, I mean, I just can't get over the fact that basically all computers are generalized purpose, right? So like to make like a specific a specified purpose computer like this is just kind of silly. You could load like literally like every ROM you ever wanted to on this thing. Yeah, you know what I mean? It could be playing every game if you have an arcade cabinet. Back in the day, I don't know, I guess there were like technical limitations and it was a cost consideration and all this other stuff. But now, like if you get an ornamental like arcade cabinet kind of like stand like this, I don't know. Anyways, we're getting off topic. This is what people came here for. If you're making segments, this is where you'd make the segment right here. That 1722. 3 4. All right. He was saying something here. They were that I wanted to talk about. This is what made me want to start talking about the presidential debate. Yeah. Yep. So, um, I mean, just look at these faces. Who won here? America. Any of us? Like a lot of parents that rape their kids and other, just like these weird sick freaks that like are, they realize that they're gonna die. Basically, they never had like a formal upbringing. They don't think in these terms. The idea that there's like a world where you are supposed to treat people in a particular way and like behave by a particular like code of conduct, that there is some like kind of standard, is not really a thing, right? Nobody around them ever like demonstrated any real form of competency, and they were a essential product of the state, right? And they went to a state school where they were probably hypersexualized from a young age, and any daycare that they were surrendered to as well, right? Particularly kids who need assistance in like diapers and any sort of like bathroom anything, right? That's people just go like, all right, we're gonna drop the kids off at daycare, And then it's just like a guarantee that a certain percentage of the United States that is non-negligible, like maybe like so much as like in certain areas like 1 in 5 or worse, like, oh yeah, like in this one city, like just don't, it would really be not a great place to have kids as an unsuspecting parent, you know what I mean, in this one random area that you just don't know about. And the function of this democracy is basically that the local community sets the rules. So the DA, the judge, the police officer, these three powers combined can choose to not prosecute any crime they want to. So just like, the president cannot be prosecuted for a crime, basically, technically, nobody can be prosecuted for a crime in any jurisdiction, as long as they capture the three pieces, right? So, and then you can also just like literally allow people to, and then there's all sorts of things you can do in terms of human mobbing. So if you're like somebody that sells drugs, right, you just kind of like funnel people into a jurisdiction. You have houses where people just like pass out from drugs, and then you like tell them to go out and steal shit for you or something like that, and then sit in jail for a little bit. Right, these are the kind of things that exist. And the United States is creating these kind of behaviors through the military industrial complex, because, and particularly the prison aspect of the military industrial complex, which is often left out of it, but is like arguably the more like important aspect of it that people are missing, is that everybody is basically categorized into a matrix like on an Excel spreadsheet, right? And that's your SSN with all of your payments. Every paycheck you've ever gotten includes a tax, right? So, from a certain perspective, you just have this like these warden type figures that just kind of like sit around with a huge like Rolodex of everybody's information, able to like, like zoom in and out, and not having much accountability. But then they're not really very good at like bringing any control over this mess, because the whole time, like they've just been they've been allowing people to sell beer, cigarettes, and like oil and like cars to anybody. Doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter what they're doing. They allowed people to have kids. We had this concept of the Great American Dream, that everybody was allowed to have children, no matter who they were, and that those children could grow up and that they could go do their own thing. In reality, a lot of people don't have kids because they're not viable parents. And a lot of other people have kids, but they are not necessarily in ideal conditions, right? So they may be viable parents, but they may not be ideal parents, or they may not be parenting from ideal conditions, and their kids and everything else may not be in ideal conditions, and the results may not be ideal. Yeah, we're not an idealistic nation anymore that is like just sea to shining sea, working cooperatively, collectively to advance a positive pro-social agenda. No, we are a tribal war zone with a lot of very strange cliques. And you don't really know who the players are. You just know there's a lot of them and they're all terrible. And it's kind of like a like Suits versus like everybody kind of game. It's just like federals versus everybody. And I'm thinking really just like all the black culture and all the Hispanic culture, really, and all the white people that feed into it and off, that's what they like feed off of. They kind of vamp it, You have all this hip hop bullshit, rap music garbage, and all these fake social dramas, and they mirror the way that people behave in their real lives, right? So, they run psyops on people, basically. It's like you're advertising to somebody, trying to get them to like think of the world in a certain way, young people, that means like, oh, she's with him, they're with that, I behave like this, that, the other, There's a lot of stupid shit that goes on. And then there's a lot of people out there that are just like purely addicted to like sex and like porn and random like drugs and shit. And they're like weird freaks that are just like normalized by society, like everywhere you look. So instead of like everybody just like cooperating and like doing things positively and like having families and like all those families growing up and doing good things, it's a whole huge element of like, oh, random like, you know random father of a couple of young kids that's like works in some blue collar job, like steals their kids and runs across state lines and like rapes their kids and gets shot by police or something, like stupid shit, like people killing their entire family and like yada yada yada. That's what Joe Biden is saying here. Is it's just like, this is more of a statement of just like, you can just see like the disgust in his face. He's just like, you don't even know, man. He said it's almost like he started by saying Donald Trump talked about how bad Mexico is, right? And the people that are coming here. But that's not even half as bad as the people that we have. You know, that's kind of what his retort is. And then the conclusion is, well, what the fuck does that mean for me as somebody that's supposed to be a, you know, long career taxpayer here, right? Like, it's like we're just warming up for the career of tax paying, in this nation. Like, why wouldn't you look somewhere else if that's like the agreed verdict on how things are happening in the United from the two potential leaders? And yeah, we went from a country that would be like, we have like the best stuff, like, they would be like up here like bragging about how great the United States is and convincing people that we are like succeeding. It's like, it's undeniable. Just look at how wages and like people are getting homes and food quality is going up and yada. Like, nobody's believing that. It's like technological progress advances on its own metric, irrespective of the success of government in fulfilling its obligation to the people to create a livable situation, right? And then I might also add that, like, about the whole American dream, that everybody would be allowed to have kids, and that those kids would be allowed to have kids, and those kids, it's like, the reason why our population dynamics are so strained in part is because part of the world, people would just have as many kids as I don't know, like, it's, you got to think of time in a very deep manner, I suppose, is what I would say. Think about time and just like population structures. Some people tend to have kids younger in certain areas of the world, and you move those cultures around, you move people a bunch. People have access to airplanes, they're watching YouTube videos and sending people messages, meeting on different applications. Like, okay, I'll go there, you go there, we'll meet here. You have this go on for 10, 20 years here, and all of a sudden you look around and it's like everything is just this like cesspit of like human. There's like a lot of people who have like nice narratives, good lives that are like whatever, and then a lot of people that have lives that were just ended maliciously, immediately, and without any sort of warning by a variety of different things, right? And very little is ever really done to address it in earnest. Like, nothing really done. And the reason why it's not is because they're so efficient at handling it that most people are unaware it even happens, and they like put themselves into a state of denial, much like with death, right? Everybody kind of has a death denial for the most part. And Yeah, so you deny not only your own death, but the death of others, and the death of whatever, you know. It's like, dog didn't die. It's right there. The dog is healthier than ever. The dog is so good right now. Just look at it. It's like it's a puppy again. Um, so yeah, that's the United States. Like very few people are actually like able to achieve the level of wealth that they want in the manner that they want as compared to previous eras of the United States. And that is because we thought that we could scale this to infinity people, that we could just have like an endless array of condos and apartment complexes and Pizza Huts and Walgreens and all this other shit. And it worked until it collapsed. And now like they're shutting down stores everywhere. Like chain, there's no need for all these chain locations. Like a Walgreens next to a CVS. What were we thinking? What were we ever thinking? It's like people do very dumb things. We're stupid creatures. We have to like move everywhere. We're pathetic. You know, we have to like push against the earth. The earth is like holding us down, and we have to like be like, no, let us go. And you like can only barely, you know, like try to jump as many times as you can jump. Just like as high as you can jump. Just jump as high as you can, as many times as you can. And tell me how long that took you until you stopped. And you'll just be like, all right, yeah, okay, yeah. You know, everything on the earth is oppressive. Like the essential nature of being alive is just being embattled in a constant slog of just like self maintenance, right? At every second, your cells are having to like do all of their processes, right? We have a clock cycle like any other computer because we are computers. Is how I look at it. Like we are electrical machines fundamentally. Like the brain. Like I don't know. It's been a while since I've looked into like all the science on it to give you like a really good lecture on it. But like yes, uh, it's part of why you want. Anyways, so that's why defibrillation. No, JK. But yeah, but no. Um. Anyways, yeah, the response that one woman and like the way he said it is like that one lady got murdered. You know, like it was very inspecific and like kind of crude. That look says like not good things. Uh, I just think it was a mistake to run him. It's like even if you're like okay, anti-Trump won, not Trump won in 2020. Okay, right? We call. I think it's reasonable to contest the legitimacy of that election, given my experience, which I outlined on my previous live stream, where I was working on an election database after I had done a kind of train to hire position, but not really like, you know, it was a good quality training course. And like they seemed like they knew what they were doing. That's kind of the thing. But like also, I've heard that contracting agencies sometimes will just kind of like not really like, you don't know who you're contracting with. Contracting is such a vague term, right? And like, you know, subcontracting can obfuscate your true employer, right? So yeah, subcontractors kind of sketchy. If you're like contracting directly with an individual, it's a lot more transparent. Uh, Bringing in this independent party who like has you do that because they have like industry access, right? But then they can also do things. So, anyways, yeah, I would say, I as a somewhat of a professional in the political and IT fields, and also just journalistic field, you can absolutely 100% legitimately contest the validity of any election at this point. I don't believe that we've had sufficient transparency put in on these things. Um, it takes open, audible, auditable code bases and like camera access to these things. You know, but putting that aside, at least like the worst that could ever happen is we could have one of the two primary candidates be artificially selected over the other, right? So you could have guarantee at least like A or B, right? So it's like, okay, well, they rigged it, but at least it was A or B, you know. That's kind of a really bad half step to take, though. That's kind of a really not great silver lining. And then furthermore, you just know Joe Biden is not the real person in charge here. I'm pretty sure that they have a lot of really rogue, like liberal, and a lot of them just like, identitarian politics type people. There's a lot of LGBTQ type people and the kind of people who are like, uh how do you like politically accommodative of those to the point where it like benefits them financially, you know what I mean? They like pander to rich queers basically, for profit, right? Like that's kind of a Democrat political strategy. But the nature of politics is that you kind of pretend to be friends with everybody, but then you're also kind of friends with like nobody, right? Like you're constantly like pretending to be people's friends and lying about your true intentions and stuff like this is what like real politicians that work trained with the government do. You know, so there you go. Yeah, so the retort that what an immigrant did is not as bad as what Americans are doing every day, especially in this context, is just ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's like, uh, it is a valid point to raise, though. It's like if this were just like a conversation between two American men, it would be like, oh yeah, but that's not even nearly as bad as what a lot of our people are doing. And then it's just like a very grim conversation. And the other person is like, well, yeah, you're right. But this is like the president. It's like you're not like creating a precedent for anything. You're like in like every like deranged maniac in the United States right now. For better or worse, like you have to understand that a lot of people are very stupid and childish, and like they want to believe that there's like more to these personalities that are larger than life than there is. So a lot of people hate Donald Trump. They just hate him. Oh, he's so terrible. But like your hate against him is ultimately like what is creating the situation, which is so bad. It's like it's not even like him himself, which is like really so like he's not like you know he's not like the world's most likable person. People like him because he is disliked. It's like your dislike of him regiments his support base more, and then that like endlessly increases off of itself, kind of like friction with anything. It's just like friction to the point of immobility. Uh, so yeah, these two kind of have to both like go die and burn in hell now. I think Trump gets to go be with Jesus because he made his own special edition Bible. Uh, but I mean, for real, like, where do we move post Trump and Biden? Yeah, this screen cap right here just kind of like says the whole thing. It's like, yeah, presidents should have been immune to prosecution the whole time. Yeah, probably. We all kind of knew that. How could you think that it's a crime to be? I mean, like the crime is that this man, who is a former like NBC reality TV show star slash WWE uh, guest star slash like talk show personality slash vacation resort owner, right? Like resort property manager kind of deal, right? That person had sex with a woman, like not even that great of sex, who like once, twice, a couple of times, not that much. You would assume if you're paying, by the minute. I don't know. He's got so much damn stamina, though. This man can talk for hours. So Joe Biden over here, though. I mean, he's like a one pump chump. There's nothing in this man. Is done. It's over. Uh, Jokes aside, yeah, like imagine the screen cap right here. It says everything. Like it's just like it's sad. Like he shouldn't have been arrested. So yeah, he had sex with a porn star, like, and then he paid money so that it wouldn't like affect his campaign, which I suppose is maybe like there's a point to be raised, but like also to call it a felony is just ridiculous. That makes no sense, right? And there were all sorts of like moral indecency laws put into place, particularly pertaining to like politicians and stuff like this. I don't even know where like when this what law he violated when that law was instituted and what the spirit of the law was. But we have a whole lot of things which go against the spirit of the law. They follow the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law. Right? They never follow the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is maimed, slaughtered, just like they took the spirit of the law, drug it around town on the back of a horse. I feel like I should boot up Red Dead 2 and show you what they did to the spirit of the law. It's like they drove, they tarred and feathered the spirit of the law. There's nothing left of the spirit of the law. It has been tortured for hundreds of years to the point where the only thing that's left is the letter. And yeah, it's awful. So why would he be charged? I mean, like, it's not even a crime. It's like, so a woman and a man consented to have sexual intercourse and then agreed not to talk about it publicly because it could affect people's perception of them, and they wanted to like go their separate ways. And then he was like, okay, here you go, here's the money. And she was like, thanks, see you later, except for not, because we're not going to be seeing each other anymore, goodbye forever. And then all these other people like dug it up and were like, oh, that's criminal, how dare you, you know what I mean? And meanwhile, like, what is even what are they even trying to accomplish with this? It's like this was intended to maybe stop like gangsters getting in government in like the 50s. It's like you know, can't. I don't even know. It wasn't even like a moral indecency thing. They're saying it was like a lying about it was a money payment as like a bribe to influence an election or some shit. I don't even fucking understand. You know what I mean? They contrive some sort of case and then they argue it and then they don't even care that they know that what they're saying is not true. They just know that they can force you into a court and say whatever they want to, and they'll have a certain percentage they'll have a certain percentage of viewers of that, a small percentage, like, support them, and they'll have some sort of gain off of it. And it worked. All these judges, they should be arresting the people that were involved in arresting Trump, and then bringing order to the judicial system. After the Supreme Court ruling, it should just be like, all right. And also on top of that, the Supreme Court should also be issuing out like warrants. They should be acting in like a higher capacity. We need some sort of and like better government formations. We don't have a good system right now. We have all sorts of apparatuses to like collect information on people, but it seems like they almost like are malicious. Okay, so it's saying select Chris Speaker in OBS 64, but it seems like we are using Chris Speaker in OBS 64. Did my mic cut out? What was that about? We don't seem to be using all the information that they're stealing for good things, right? So they're aware that people are like doing cocaine and selling cocaine because they send texts over cell networks, which they have access to, right? I'm telling you, this is just the case, okay? At least back in the Obama administration. And if you told me that there were like roots that the CIA with like pretty much most drug trafficking, I'd be like, yeah, probably in the United States. I mean, I don't know. When I was driving Uber, I met somebody that was a cocaine user. Not gonna lie, I don't use cocaine. I don't have any interest in cocaine, but it's like I have been around somebody that I know uses cocaine. And yeah, I don't know. It's like cocaine people, and not just that. I also knew people who use cocaine, like in high school, but I never used cocaine. I was just like, that's crazy. Wasn't really impressed with the behavior I saw exhibited from the people that used it. But they talk about cocaine and the CIA, and I would not be surprised in the least, especially because they allow black people. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it too. I don't even fucking care, my friend. The idea that you're going to allow black people into these positions whenever there are so many of them that are like gang members and they're psychologically like there's so many corrupt black police officers, and it's going to become an even bigger problem. Like I said, if you collect the three pieces, you get the prosecutor, you get the judge, and you get the police. If you get like these three and they work in unison, which is what the job entails by definition, you can literally make it legal to just kill people that enter your jurisdiction. You know what I mean? I mean, literally, it's just like, oh, you shouldn't have fucking drove through here. You turn on the lights, and that's a death sentence. I mean, I'm not even joking, man. And I was going to tell the story earlier. I don't think I told it about my crazy stories from when I was driving across the country. There was this one time a police officer turned on his lights behind me, right? And I'm like looking at my speed. I'm checking how I'm driving. I'm thinking to myself, like, what is this guy trying to get me on? It's like, how could I ever have done anything to be pulled over for? I'm just like thinking about, it's like I was just cruising. I was not even going fast. And so like I don't immediately like hit the brake or anything because I'm so taken back by it, right? And we keep on rolling. I mean, it's not like a super long time, but it's like a 3 or 4 second window here where I'm not like immediately like hitting the brake and pulling over. I could have been like maybe a little bit more expeditious, but he kind of like slingshots around me and then pulls over somebody that's like in front of me. And I was just like, what the fuck is this? You know, like, uh, I don't know, man. It just felt at that moment like that guy was messing with me. Maybe I think he might have even like sped off and like passed me and just left. I think I got it on camera at the time, but like I still just don't know what that was about. That was such a strange occurrence, you know, and like they don't have any accountability for that, you know. It's like if you drive across the country, you know, every county has their own like group of people that could disabuse you of your rights. And it doesn't matter who you are unless you're the president. The president is the only person that cannot be disabused of their rights by a random authority. So like what we have is the opposite of what we wanted. We wanted everybody to basically be free of any maltreatment anywhere they went. And for us also to have like the capacity to enforce laws against the very limited few people that like did things which broke social order. Now we have like completely destroyed social order by continually like escalating things and like proliferating bad relationships between like former convicts. Like think about, you know, they have convicts who have children and then raise them in failing households and they know that this is happening and they do it by the millions. You know, this is just how it happens. This is just part of the structure. So the idea that there it's like his retort is there are people who are raping and murdering their own families in the United States is just like, and that goes to show the consequences of your prison policies and others in the 70s. It's like I think you look back at that like the 70s and 80s and stuff, and you know they didn't really do a very good job of all that. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. It's hard to even know. I wasn't alive back then, but uh you know, you see the footage of him talking about it, and you also hear him saying he didn't want his daughters and such, and want his kids growing up in a racial jungle, which I can understand completely. Uh, you know, especially seeing that that's you know kind of how it is now. But I mean, it's nice to see that every other ad on TV is a racial jungle. I just don't understand like how he was allowed to get away with that kind of stuff in the mind of the public. It's like it didn't gain any traction. It just fell right through the grooves of the smooth brains. I think they all had their vax shots, and they were still recovering from the neurotoxins that were put in them, and they just didn't really like have the capacity to hold that much in their brains random access memory. You know what I mean? They're like trying to load it in. I think that there's a way of quantifying that kind of stuff. You know, like these the way I'm switching from conversations, not to like be too vain or gloaty about it. There's people that are smarter than me for sure, but you know, there are some people that can do this and some people that can't. You know, you could accuse me of being unfocused, but am I really unfocused? I keep on zoning it back onto the correct topics. If we're talking about Joe Biden and Donald Trump and the faces they're making. Uh, and I mean, we've been talking for an hour, so if it's an hour to a 15-minute, we're going to be going for quite a while here. Uh, and here's the thing about Roe v. Wade, though. Like, the woman from that lawsuit came out and said that she regretted it because she didn't like the idea of all these children being killed. It's like, I don't even know. Uh, and I think that also it is really more of a matter of that prison industrial complex thing I was talking about earlier. They're having like basically slave babies born in captivity from former prisoners. You kind of like know who they are and you can track. I mean, man, um, yeah, those kids like are the kind of kids that come from parents who have had abortions or considered aborting their child, right? Maybe had past abortions and things like that. So, I am generally in favor of like the individual being able to do whatever they want, and I don't understand how it's even really a political talking point. But at the same time, like, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit weird if you're just like murdering fully formed babies. It's like, yeah, there's some really sick, weird freaks out there that like revel in that. I don't think that most of these people would ever be able to bring a baby to term. That's actually pretty damn difficult. You know what I mean? It's like they would slaughter babies if they could, but they don't have wombs. And then also, nobody wants to proliferate their genetics because there's nothing good in them. So, you know what I mean? It's like that one transgender that did the fake like abortion where they like cut open their womb. You know what I mean? That got kind of popular. It's like a shock. Like, can you believe that they're doing this? They're having fake abortions. Yeah, because they can't have real ones because they don't have wombs, and no like sane woman would hang out. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you can like it's legal to like create humans and torture them, basically. As long as you can afford it, it's legal to like create humans and torture them, but there's certain actions which are not allowed. There's like a very limited range of things which are legally definable as what you're not allowed to do to your kids. And then there's tons of things which you can do which will just absolutely like wreck and ruin aspects of their lives that like is not even illegal, right? Uh you can do things to, so what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, we have a lot of weird freaks, and it's because a long time ago we thought that we could have human rights for everybody in the entire world and allow everybody to come here and build infinitely more apartments and houses and suburbs and communities, and it works for a long time. But then you realize that like the old housing is dilapidated and falling apart and needs to be redone and replaced and it isn't up to modern standards. And I don't know. Like I stayed at this one Indian hotel that was like really garbage. That probably would have been this it needed to be renovated. It was so not good. There's a conversation about veterans staying in hotels where they had mold and like black mold and stuff like this, and it was pretty much just coded language for me. I would assume, it's like it's got to be about me because I'm the one that's like going to all these fucking moldy hotels while I'm making this trip. I really should have filmed more about the hotels. I really, really, really should have gotten some more pictures of this stuff and made like a proper like I don't know. I just didn't have an audience. I know I didn't have an audience, and I knew that all this other stuff as well. So yeah, let's get some more of this Joe Biden Trump debate. Let's try to get some more talking points. My basic premonition is that anywhere I go on this video, they're going to look just like incredibly sad. And whatever they say is going to be kind of like low energy. And Biden is going to be saying like pretty much like nothing coherent. So we're going to see if that hypothesis is correct. Or he will only at best have like a glancing blow at coherency. He will not actually have a direct hit on this. There's no going to be no critical strikes of coherency. See, that was the I had brain surgery. I close, and I can understand that, and I sympathize with that. And it's actually really incredible that he's been able to do so well. Like like Jill Biden coming out on stage and being like, "You did so well. You answered every question." It's like it is really sad, but also at the same time kind of sweet. It's like no, like he really is that. Like it's like wow, I do not know how you did it. You had brain surgery and you became president. You know, it's like you have to think about like the standard of success that like, but it says something, and like political rivals are jumping on that as a talking point, right? Uh, it's like, yeah, uh, why does it gotta be a male doctor? You can tell this man's been to jail. You know what I mean? No, like no joke though. It's just like this mug is unlike the mugs of the past. Good point. That lady, you know, he's saying that she got murdered by an immigrant. And yeah, like I mean, like she got murdered by an immigrant, but like tons of Americans are raping their kids. Like, am I right? Am I right, guys? Debate one. He looks he looks like a World of Warcraft. He looks like my first discipline priest. It's like my zombie discipline priest. The jaw is like at the right angle. He looks like he would be a priest, in World of Warcraft. He would be an undead forsaken. And that's basically accurate to him in real life. Like he is an undead forsaken. Like we have forsaken him and he is undead. It's like he is the living dead. I think it should be mandatory. They should be forced to bring it to terms and then sacrifice it on an altar to Moloch. No, no, no. I know you think it's like totally like metal and cool and cruel to force these women to terminate their pregnancies, and you think you're like all evil, Joe. But like, no, you gotta think about it like this. It's way more metal to make them bring it the full term, and then you kill them both. I don't know. I kind of feel that way though. Yeah, I think that like it should be like a conditional thing. It should be like on advisory of a doctor. It's like if the doctor says that your baby has a medical condition, which you feel like you would be creating a burden which is like undue unto like the child and others, then you can like say like, okay, nah. Or then you can have like the murder doctor for weird freaks that want to like murder their babies in a back room. But how many people are doing that? You know, and also like stem cell research. People want these. That's why it's a contested topic. I think we also have to remember is like I don't think you're gonna really stop these weird freaks from doing their experimentation, but they want like all of your gender fluids. You know, they want to get all your gender fluids in a petri dish and like bovine growth serum or whatever it is. Uh, baby cow juice is what you use to grow cultures of things. It's basically kind of like cow embryonic stem cells. And people use that and it will take the likeness of the things that you put it around. So they basically take the genetics of the thing that it's next to and then like try to emulate that. So if you put it around like a kidney, it'll try to emulate a kidney cell, right? It'll grow like a new kidney in a dish. And you can do things with that juice to kind of create new organs. So ultimately, we're just kind of these structures of organs. And the brain is the most complicated organ. And they're creating these organoids. And now where am I going with this again? Well, we can just have all these rapey, crazy people that want to murder. They can just grow their own organoids and then fuck those instead. Uh, Everybody's talking about AI, sex robots and stuff, but they're not talking about, just growing your own monstrosity. That's where I don't know why we're getting on a very weird path here. This is a joke. Uh, but I do. Um, I'm in favor of mandatory slaughter of every animal, every human, until I get my money. I don't know where that's at until I have my money. Um, it's like I'm holding the entire universe hostage. Okay. Uh, I will collapse reality. Um, just make like really weird, vague physics-based threats. It's to academic, and it's like I have developed. It's like I have developed a new theorem. I have a particle accelerator. I've developed a quantum collapse machine, and I can eliminate. CERN conspiracy theories are really nice. I like those. They're funny and fun to mess around with. And it's interesting because, you had that one GIF which was really popular. Um, like the black hole event. Uh and yeah, it really is just like massive. And some people have conspiracies that is when time travel was invented, or that they like created some sort of parallel universe, or that created the capacity for demons the to enter Earth from other realms. That is like somehow like a time warp mechanic or something. You know what I mean? They're like any number of things. People have made up all sorts of like crazy stories, kind of like ghost stories. And I think a lot of them are really interesting whenever you just like get in the mood to listen to crazy nonsense that sounds kind of interesting and plays with the imagination, but you know it's not true. Like, and you learn a lot about CERN in the process. So if you're interested in CERN, it may as well be a conspiracy theory because you're going to learn everything about CERN anyways. Like, it's like it serves as both information and like that, you know. Uh yeah, so carbon is 6 electron. So yeah, I don't know if this is coincidence, something else. Maybe with a lot of these things, there's like some sort of like reason. Somebody like somewhere did a reference, or with other things, there's like so like a scientist, a very learned academic makes a reference, and like it appears maybe you could be like, oh, it was planned, or it's like grand design, evidence of God, or something else, or some higher power. This one, people allege Adam at Adam, like in the Bible. Uh, this is what they're referencing. So, uh, I don't know about that. That's a little bit like, and then the beast, the number of the beast would be carbon. So the number of the beast was 666 would mean like carbon is what we are made of, and we are the beast. You know, in essence. But like you can say stuff like that and can sound kind of convincing. Like you know what you're talking about if you speak in the right tone. You know, um, but a lot of people are just bullshitting, and it just kind of sounds good. And some people have better spiels than other. And I think that my dad being a psychiatrist, he's heard people who talk like that. Some of these people look like that I've heard that make these videos look like they've spent time in jail and like did stuff which is like I don't know, but so I've seen people who I do not respect make conspiracy theories. Maybe I respect their imagination and their storytelling skills more than I respect them as a valid source of information, right? uh Dun dun dun. So who knows? But also at the same time, like I'm not very impressed that cults would exist, as a human, like old people that would maybe like pull rank. That's what like a lot of religious people do, it's like uh some, moron in a bow tie, like wants to like I don't know. You know what I mean? They want to tell you how the world works. But then, as if you don't know, you know what I mean? As if you're not capable of finding out, as if they're the only source of knowledge or something. Not that that's who this guy is, but like, yeah, like that's what a lot of this like preaching stuff becomes really quickly. There are a lot of weird characters. People like Brian Stelter. Um, and that kind of reminds me of this one point. There's this guy who looked like Brian Stelter who taught one of the classes I took. Just gonna call him out. He didn't really look that much like Brian Stelter, but his politics kind of aligned with. He kind of irked me how he was kind of like a little bit like liberal, but I'll give him some respect. He did go to Venezuela. He traveled to Venezuela. That was a little bit before Venezuela was quite as bad as it got, but like it was enough to go to Venezuela. That's pretty cool to have done that. But yeah, like he would say things like Trump is a populist and populism is bad in class, just like openly. And he's a rather large man. He's rather like you know he was not. It's like you wouldn't disagree with. It'd be kind of like like a professor brings the politics into class. It wasn't too bad. A lot of professors did that. Uh, but yeah, it wasn't too bad. But there was one time we had like a back and forth where he had said something about Stormy Daniels or something like that, or I don't even freaking know. I don't, I think he said something about the like I don't even know, man. It's been so long. I don't have the accurate story anymore. I think it was something about the grabber by the pussy thing or the Stormer Daniel things. He said something like, he said he was saying something. He was speaking and he was saying stuff kind of in a lame way. I don't know how to say. And then he's like, and nobody would like support somebody or like I'm like, no, like you got that wrong. Like it's like uh, I don't even know. It was funny at the time. I don't know. It worked in the moment. I wish I could remember accurately that moment more. I remember this other dude in the class that was kind of like Tucker Carlson. He reminded me of Tucker Carlson, just like it looked like Tucker Carlson like had a secret kid, almost just like this random but not even really. But like also the fact that he was like political science, it really kind of landed the connection more. It was just funny to me, like other people's political views whenever you're taking classes and things, because I'm just like this weird, uh, vindictive wizard dude over here that's just kind of like I have I know that the war started in 2014 because I watched a parking bridge collapse in Donetsk. Tusk. Okay. And it was not, well, it wasn't like, oh no, a parking garage collapsed. They should have done better construction. No, they bombed a parking garage full of people. And it's just like, oh yeah, that's kind of like a murder, isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty much a murder. That is one faction killing another faction. It's like arguably maybe some of their best people. Could have been, may as well have been, you know. So And I think that's the truth is they tried to install like a literal like fascist pro Western regime in 2014. Kind of in the same way they did the Arab Spring Revolution. It was kind of strange. You know, there was a lot of things like that where you just like you don't hear much about it. Like it just kind of like disappeared. It was in a time when people were focused on other things that people just weren't so attentive. Like people had Twitter, but Twitter was not this thing where like everybody freaked out about every little thing that happened. And like Trump popularized everybody obsessing over every new political news story, right? Uh, Before political news was this like weird niche thing that very few people really engaged with. Like in 2008 to like 15, 16, it was not very cool. It actually kind of was though. It was probably a lot cooler then. And then it became like way popular and way less cool. That's right. You know, like Vice News became horrendously uncool. They had the Vice News Daily, and Vice News Daily was like the mark of the death of the channel, and that was exactly in 2015. So, Vice News Daily, they went out with a bang. That was the death of the Vice brand. I'm telling you, man, that was the best journalism. That was the best journalism that you'd ever seen. Just like point blank. It was a lot of like propaganda. I'm not gonna lie, but it was like, my God, was it quality propaganda? Can we just take a second and shout out Vice News Daily? Uh, oh, I love the happy clapping music accompanied by like people dying and burning and like starving and like being exploded. And, you know, it's always like happy clapping music. 37 people were slaughtered in the Congo. What did I tell you? After the last child found the last mine, or so they thought. Operation Remine Mozambique. Landmines are a unique natural ecological phenomena, and you're disrupting their habitat. See, yeah, I would very much like to sail to East Asia, and it's my hope that, like, you know, I mean, like, I would very much really sail like the entire world if I could get like a proper like boat and like all the charting equipment and afford everything and like everything's good to go and I got like, you know, everything completely like made up. I would definitely do that. So I'm hoping that like I live a very long life, right? And I make a bunch of money, but also I'm kind of like not very optimistic about a lot of this. But if everything politically were like really good, you know, and I'm getting into like uh this area here, then maybe it wouldn't be so bad after like all of this to resolve things. You got this much time, you know, nature does a lot of the improvement for us by default by just kind of getting rid of the old and bringing in the new, right? But things could always devolve, but like hopefully it'll be more peaceful is what I'm saying. The idea that you like take a boat through all the random small islands of uh Southeast Asia, uh you have to deal with all of the locals and any random person that could have tried to attack you, and customs and regulations, and it should be a nightmare and also extremely expensive, and is it really worth it? If you who knows, but maybe in the future it would be less of a concern, not just in like this area of the world with like this guy's story, but like anywhere else in the world, just in general, because there's a lot of like areas where porting and transiting through as a foreigner, it would just kind of be unnecessarily daunting. Like it's not very daunting from the prospect of navigating the channel, right? But it's daunting from the aspect of actually coordinating all of this legally and preparing in advance. If you could just kind of arrive, it would be one thing. But you have to arrive and declare all sorts of stuff and receive advanced uh, approval and know all of your refueling stations and docking areas and such. And yeah. Um, so even whenever it is in an area where you can trust the people, it is still significantly difficult and expensive. So by the time I would even go so far away as that, you know, it probably would not be the first thing I do. The intracoastal waterway is the place where I would start, no doubt. That's basically just going up and down the East Coast and the Gulf of Mexico around Texas, right? So you just kind of go around, like, you go down Texas's coast. That's like the southernmost point, and then you work your way all the way up to Canada. You can go all the way into Canada if you want to. Um, so like New York and all the East Coast, all the way down to Florida and Texas and back around again. And it would be kind of cool to drift that almost like a lazy river. I know that may be kind of excessive, but you go kind of slow speed. You drive an hour. You boat for like an hour or two or three, however much time, and just kind of make a lot of like stops and just kind of like drift on. You can anchor pretty much anywhere. You're If you get your boat designed properly, you can have a full computer set up with Starlink and cell internet as well for fallback and whenever you're in port. Just like a combination of the two should get you everything you need all the time without any downtime and at sufficient speed to play games properly at the very minimum when you're in port, right? Um, so yeah, I think that would be really fun and worth it if you have the money to afford it. And by that I mean you need to be able to afford like 3 to 4 times the cost of owning and operating that for the amount of time that you want to be in possession of it. And then you maybe need to look at like resale, or just like always have that on your back of your mind, just protecting the money that you invested in that. Can't ever let it, I don't know. Doing a custom build would be really cool. I know the type of stuff I would want. I've watched Alcoholics quite a lot, and used to spend time on a boat every weekend growing up. So, um, wait, what is this? Oh, I thought it was, I misclicked on a video. That's the only time I ever see this guy. All right. This one right here, Border Patrol endorsed my position. It's like we're at the point where the president is like, hey, this guy likes me. Oh, thank God. Wow, he really likes me. This Border Patrol agent really likes me. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be like everybody's like starstruck by the president, but it's the reverse. The president is like enamored with anybody that actually compliments him because he's like the least complimented president to ever exist. What was that? I remember earlier whenever I said if I pause or unpause or find a particular like it'll be incoherent. It's like yes, like take every word out of context and does it sound coherent at least somewhat, you know? Maybe misplaced or incomplete, but at least coherent. That did not really sound like coherent, you know. My mother's. What do you say? Whoa. Was that? I feel like that was like intended. That was a lizard psyop that was intended to like cause psychological trauma. The way he repeated it 3 times, that was a hex. You see, that's the kind of stuff you just get on a microphone and then you like say it very confidently. Now you like start pointing to things which support your nonsense. Um, as a joke. The total ban. So I think what that may have been is like a slip of the tongue which reveals maybe a bit more. Maybe he does he's trying to like ban like immigration. Like dreamers were a huge thing. That was like an Obama thing, right? So Obama basically like allowed a lot of Hispanic people into the country. Like just not even just Hispanic, just like people from the southern border, right? Just like a ton of them. And they've crammed certain districts and areas by their own choice. They basically taken them over, right? Like so like California and Arizona and Nevada and Oregon and Washington and like areas like these in particular and like maybe parts of Texas, right? Texas has a lot of different territories uh of influence, and um they just straight up would not be here. Somebody else would probably be in their spot if it weren't for them, right, being there. And there are probably a lot of dead people. You just have to always like remind yourself of that. Like there are a ton of dead people that probably would be doing other things that they are not doing because the United States just like lets people constantly get killed, like all the time, and they waste their human capital just like a lot. They're like pros, professional human capital wasters. Uh, So maybe what he's saying is like, I mean, like they've been giving people asylum for a very long time. Uh, Even in like New York City and other places like this, you know. Um, so he's saying like, oh, we're not giving anybody asylum anymore. That's kind of what he's saying. He's like, oh yeah, we're doing like the zero new people now. Is that what he's saying? Am I wrong about that? Am I misreading that? I don't think I'm misreading that. The total initiative, more border patrol and more asylum offers. And he's saying like total ban though, and he's saying total ban, and then he mentions asylum offers, right? So he's saying like basically total ban on asylum offers. That's what we want, right? Like we're not even like the problem with with allowing asylum offers from South and Central America is you make it a matter of okay, well, we're going to cut off your toe and you're going to go to the United States. And if you don't, we're going to kill your family. Go tell them that we're going to kill your family if you don't go to the United States and we cut off your toe. And then send us the money or we'll kill your family. But don't tell them that part or we'll kill your family. You know, it's like, uh, help me. I'm in trouble with the mob. Don't worry, we'll give you asylum. Thank you so much. Great man. You know, like it's like I was talked about limb binding the other day, and it kind of the same thing. You know, it didn't make sense. That one illegal immigrant who was driving down the boardwalk, who was driving down the sidewalk, or whoever it was, that one that was in California. Oh my God, who was that one dude? Uh, Man drives down boardwalk. Look at that list of likes. The last one is the best. Like it's just super long Korean title. Um, if only it were Chosun instead of Hangul, it would be perfect. Uh, Man drives down boardwalk drunk. Immigrant. That was California, I think. I don't know. He just like had a beer in his hand. I think that was no. Uh, Venice Boardwalk. That's it. Suspected drunk driver. I remember. So the Modelo in hand. Israel. Devia. Uh, Sounds like a psyop to me. Okay. Okay, and I just want to make a point right here. This is how a lot of people watch it. They like look at the faces and then they like cheer and they boo. You know what I mean? And then it doesn't really matter what they say. You know what I mean? There's a certain number of people that just have like a reaction. They're at home. They're like, "Oh, this Trump is so he's so awful. He's the way he's just talking, and Biden's just sitting there, his mouth's open. He doesn't even know what to say to this guy. I mean, you know, like they're not talking about the subject matter. They're talking about the people, like strong minds, weak minds, average minds. You know, that guy didn't. That's not true, Joe. That one particular border security guard that you talk to, he totally has your back, dude. uh, it's like you really think that you have the endorsement of the border security? You know, it's like border security hates like I don't even know, man. But it's also probably just a show, right? Like I think these two people cooperate. They're part of the same guild. I think that this fake. It's like it's real to an extent, but it's also kind of like irrelevant. Like it doesn't matter which one of them is even like selected because the military industrial complex is gonna like keep on steamrolling everything. I just imagine like the most annoying, gayest, just like the most shrillest, annoying gay person that you see like doing politics works with Joe Biden and is like feeding him stuff into his ear. You know what I mean? It's like, uh, well, actually, one time, you know, three people were murdered in the United States by a Taliban, like at a base. You know what I mean? It's like you got to bring up that one time where those people got murdered. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You were president when those three people got murdered randomly. Where were you? Where were you? Huh? Come on, Trump. Joe Biden would have been there to save the day. The way he's breathing, and in conjunction with the mouth look is just like awful. Like that last breath was like a big. The way he's turning to him is kind of like the look you give whenever you imagine somebody gives as like they have a death rattle. Like that looks like a death rattle. That doesn't even look like it's a it's like a reaction or response or that there is it looks like the thing you do before you die. It's like grandpa gives you that look and then he just like exits, you know, exits this life. Like Those three breaths there. I like the way he's breathing. He's like, I didn't, like he's the one who's killed people. Uh, they both look kind of like confused. There's also that moment whenever Trump was accused of the Afghan, the attack, the Taliban attack on like the three U.S. military members or whatever that he was mentioning, which I think was just like a terrorist attack, one off. I think I remember that. Uh, like at a base in the United States under his presidency. Um, but yeah, like whenever he first mentioned it, Trump did kind of have the moment where he looked like kind of like genuinely like distressed about that. There's like, uh, oh yeah, by the way, like whenever you were president, there were three people got murdered by like you don't even know that. And it's like, well, so imagine somebody's like, oh, by the way, you forgot that like uh the Taliban murdered three people under, I don't even know. You have to like remember weird stuff like that. That's kind of like a shocking thing to realize. And then Joe Biden here, seems to have like a very visceral reaction of being told that he's like the killing. And that's like Joe. I think he's like kind of like, that's him kind of like, you know, he wants to interject and be like, that's not true. I didn't kill people, and all this other stuff and like disagree and defend himself. Or, but it's almost kind of looks like denial. It's like you're so far gone into this weird like dimension of like grandstanding and wielding existing political influence to try to gain additional political influence. You know what I mean? That like it just doesn't make much sense. I think Joe Biden's entire career is based around being like uh white haired. Like seriously, he was like white haired whenever he was running like for the first time as like a junior senator or whatever, right? And like people are just like, oh yeah, like the founding fathers. He's got white hair. Of course, Joe Biden is yeah, he knows everything about the government. You know, he's like, I mean, like I'm not even kidding, man. I genuinely believe that. I think he's just like people see like a man with white hair, and then it's just like, oh, but oh yeah, of course he's in politics. Oh, he must be so damn smart. He's got white hair. He's been doing this stuff forever. He's like a founding father. You know, no, he's just some random schmuck that like, uh, Obama probably picked him because he agreed to like a Kenyan scam uh email chain or something, and they just knew that he was an easy mark. Uh, I'm pretty sure Obama was in like the Philippines eating dog or something. He's out in Kenya eating dog. He's a dog eater. I saw a really good sketch on that too. Uh, which is a victimless crime, I might add. So free this man. Right. Wasn't seriously hurt, but was checked out. That's kind of cool. Maybe they got lucky. So that's a bonus. What are you complaining about? It creates opportunities. He's creating a job for these people. They wouldn't have a job. What would this person be doing if he weren't here for them? Where's the appreciation for this man? and what he's done for us. He should be in. If I like the idea of the new Grand Theft Auto just being like everything, every single crime that has been documented in the United States. You just make like you make it true to scale to the United States with all 50 states, and then you just get like every crazy crime that you can, and you put it into the game, and then uh, anybody that's in charge of defending the United States reputation immediately tries to call you and be like, please do not do that. No, you should do that though. It's just like literally everything just true to scale, true to size. Use Google Maps to generate your like world. It can't be that difficult, right? Then you can like kind of do filler for the in between areas. Like, should make that up. Uh, at least like key cities in most of the United States. Um, yeah, and then like they said with like that's what they're doing already. But man, really lean into that. If you there's so much material to work with that you could literally have like 1,000 unique interactions in a game, and people would spend tons of time like instead of it being like, oh, it's the same three or four interaction with NPCs, there, would be a lot of replayability with that. And the missions, I would actually be interested in playing that game. Whereas with the other ones, I didn't really see the point. What was I gonna look up? I don't know. Getting distracted by this. Uh, he's more concerned about the fact that he just got called responsible for like killing people. Is my interpretation of this. You know what I mean? Is like he's an old man and he operates on like old man level, and like you know he's probably like moved on more towards like the response that they're feeding him. He's got that thing shoved so far in his ear, and they've like skin tone matched it. They got like hairs on it to try to make it look real. So it's like I don't have an earpiece. What are you talking about? That's my real ear. So why is his ear like that's not somebody's earlobe? That's fake. That is clearly like an attachment goes on his ear that hides in there somewhere. Ears are really weird if you look at them for a long time. I think the human brain really just kind of like filters out ears. Like, you kind of look at the face, you have the cephalization pattern recognition. You see eye, nose, mouth, right? Chin, like forehead, hairline. You see like kind of like the edge of the face, right? Like this. You see like a bit of the jawline. But then like the ear, you just kind of like subconsciously don't see it until you choose to focus on it and nothing but the ear. And it's like, wow, this thing's really actually kind of weird. If you just like look at people's ears when you're talking to them instead of their face, uh, that would be kind of a strange world. You don't make eye contact, you make ear contact. You just look at each other's ears. Okay. And that one right there. It's almost like a Phoenix Wright sketch, you know what I mean? Like you could meme the hell out of this as like a Phoenix Wright thing. Cause like Joe Biden's like demeanor, the spittle on the lip too is super like just like damn old man, like how do you even do that? Yeah. And yeah, veterans such as me. I'm basically a veteran. I was enlisted in a global information war. And just because InfoWars is down does not mean the InfoWar is over. That's like the stupidest thing you could ever fucking think. Like the idea that you like silence somebody like Alex Jones and that ever works. Alex Jones will be the kind of person that gets put on the currency in like 100 years, and everybody else is going to be like the kind of people that does just like nobody remembers because people always remember the guy that got fined for like 10,000% of his income for utilizing free speech in a stupid way and then arguing very articulately against everybody because his life depends on it. He's like he said far more things which hit than miss in terms of like uh just like fundamentalism. So like his political fundamentalism is like sound in a way that a lot of these people that have the capacity to like undermine him in the present time, like, I don't know. Alex Jones is I mean, if you actually think that the Sandy Hook parents deserve any of Alex Jones's stuff, you need to go ahead and uh castrate yourself and go join some communist utopian state, just like you know what I mean? Like go join a commune somewhere. Like sterilize yourself so you can't reproduce. Um I don't understand like where people like even get off on that. Like what the things that they're doing with the court system these days is just ridiculous. They just awarded somebody somebody's name. They just literally said that like a survivor of a school shooting now possesses the name of the shooter, which doesn't mean like I need to go revisit that news headline. It's like it's so stupid that I can't. I have to be misunderstanding what was ruled, right? Like I think it was something they did kind of like symbolically as like a goodwill gesture, and kind of like don't don't I don't know what the lesson is there. Um, trying to cheer the person up or something, but yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. How can you don't like names don't work like that? Like it's like they let you get to rename the person. So instead of them having their name something else, and they're like called something else. That could make sense. You know what I mean? I guess. But then that's kind of like childish and just like stupid and doesn't really do anything. The whole thing is silly. I don't know. Well, yeah, that's for sure. Like the vast majority of the military prefers Trump, so he's leaning into that. Uh, I mean, that's what's so ridiculous. It's like you have to believe. I kind of do believe that he would get that Joe Biden would get such a massive voting percentage in like Philadelphia and other places. Like people allege there was like misconduct in those regions as far as voting, but like driving through there, it is pretty ubiquitously blue. It is like Union blue. Joe Biden's from Delaware. Uh, Delaware doesn't have that many people. Like that whole region was pretty like kind of sick of Trump, I think, and wanted to just get rid of him because they didn't like him. But I don't really trust the election process at all. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about you elect delegates to elect the president. You don't actually, the electoral college finally confirms the president, right? Trump was just like, listen, man, every single thing I said is right. The idea that you're even going to like that would be my response. Like I'm not even joking. Like if I were debating, like if I were doing this, like nobody could tell me not to. I would just be like, no. I mean, I don't know about that, but like that would be my natural disposition. I'd be just like, no, man, everything that I said was correct. Like Joe Biden's gonna like say something else after this, and then Trump is supposed to counter whatever that Biden says in a proper debate structure. So Trump would be too busy on the defensive to like attack again, but that's not how it's going to happen. Trump's going to just kind of like bat him away. He basically does his own form of a dismissal, you know. But like really, like you got to punch down in a debate. That's the one place where you punch down, like all time, at every point. Punching down is for emphasis. You know, it's like you if you're doing it really well, you punch like very little, right? But it lands a lot because you're making such an impactful point. It's like if you would sail like you're Trump only has to like very once. You could have easily he could have easily come out and just like started, it's like Trump is like forcefully trying to proclaim that Joe Biden is senile and incompetent, and you know, you just kind of calmly state that, and keep on stating it. I don't know he is, but I don't know how to say it. You can go on more of a line of attack, which is more personal. I would even go as much as ad hominem against somebody like Joe Biden. There's like not even much time in even trying to debate the facts. Like you probably like start there, and then like after like the first 3 minutes, you just go, okay, now for entirely ad hominem. You don't even try to work in the realm of logic for a couple minutes. If you know it's going to be like an hour and 38 minutes, you like start out somewhere that's extremely logical. Like here's the thesis on why you're a dumbass. Okay, here is a thesis on why you are in no way fit to be the president. Number one, Ukraine. Number two, Israel. Number three, Afghanistan. Number four, you're just stupid. You're completely incompetent. You cannot even walk properly. You cannot speak properly, and you won't even have a response to this opening. So, do you even want to continue this, or would you just like to go ahead and abdicate and allow your party to select another person? I'm serious. No, seriously, right now, would you like to just go ahead and give up. You can go home and enjoy the rest of your life. I know that you've had brain surgery. We should not be putting you up to this. It should not even be legally permissible. They're treating you inappropriately. This is abuse of the elderly. Would you like to go home now? You know, like, poop, 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 poop. You know, it's like you don't have to be fair. Like you don't have to be nice. There's a certain element of like polite society which would be like, oh, I can't believe that you're attacking something like that. There are a lot of people who can like identify with the like humility and weakness of an elderly man that's like showing signs of aging, right? Like, you know, he's still strong and together for his age. Yes, but also you don't put that person in the presidency. Just like end of it, end of story. Everybody agrees, including probably the man himself. It's like he would much rather be the vice president, the former vice president who is just like sitting around and like, you know, working with people on various things where he has less of a spotlight on himself. No doubt. As far as like quality of life is concerned, he'd rather be enjoying his retirement. Like, if he doesn't think, if that's not the case, then he's stupid, you know? Yeah, I kind of believe his delivery of that, though. You know, he really was offended about it. You know what I mean? Uh, but yeah, I don't think Trump said that. I said that around the time that Trump said that. I was like, people that join the military are losers and suckers because, you know, the way I see it, you know, it's like we have these persistent structures which, you know, it's like you're gonna go die for this so-called greater good. What could be a greater good than your own rational self-interest? I mean, just like realistically speaking, like what could be the greater good than your own rational self-interest? I think a lot is done to manipulate people's psychologies into believing in self-sacrifice to be heroic, but I don't really see self-sacrifice to be heroic because, you know, real self-sacrifice is more of like actually like living through life and showing up every day and not kind of like bowing out and just kind of like not doing the thing. It's like bringing your A game and like doing the entire thing and being there 100% for all the people that you make obligations to, you know. Uh, and you just can't do that if you're shaving your head and getting screamed at and, you know, forced to like inhale sarin gas and, you know, sarin gas. No, it's that mustard gas, that chloroform. Let's put that pepper gas. They definitely gas you at BMT. Uh, but you know, why are you gonna abuse yourself like that? Why are you gonna allow you like you sign a contract that you can be put in prison if you don't agree that you're going to go kill people in any random area of the world that they want? and possibly be killed. It's it is a sucker's contract. It is a fool's contract. It is a complete. I'd say they're all fools and suckers and losers. If you join the military, ultimately, you're being treated as somebody who is not on level playing field, right? Like you're not. It's evil people are basically using you as their pawns by nature of you joining the military. And most people join the military for money. It's like pretty much exclusively mercenaries. And the general call of the military and the appeal of it is that 99.9% of people never see any action or get killed at all or anything. Nothing. It's just free money. As long as you can do the physical aspect of it and look the part and just kind of like stand around, you'll probably have some routine job within the military, and then you get like the perks of being in the military and all this other stuff, right? So for a certain type of people, it's an appealing culture and way of living. You have friends, you're in a unit, you're doing stuff, you might get to fly around a lot, and you feel important. And there's a lot of propaganda to convince you that it's cool and that it's like the most important thing you could ever do, and yada yada. Uh, but the truth is, you're just kind of a sucker and a loser who's been sold this illusion. And the real like cool thing to do is acquire currency through some like legitimate market-based means with something that you come up with, whatever that is, that's true to you as an individual and your own personality, that has some sort of appeal to others in whatever manner that be, right? Uh, and yeah, people in the military, they don't do that. And I talked to one guy on one of those chat sites that you just talk with random strangers, and he was in the military, and he was telling me about somebody that like rolled through a checkpoint and stuff like this. Um, and he also was telling me about people that were like trying to kill themselves, like legitimately, like somebody that jumped off a flight of stairs in a balcony. Like you ever see like there's multiple floors in a stairwell, and he's like, oh yeah, like I think it was his literal battle buddy too. Like his battle buddy just like jumped off a fucking stairwell and tried to kill himself, and he was like 10 feet, 10 floors up or something like that. Uh, and yeah, that's the kind of people that join the military. It's just like mentally unstable people. He listed off like four or five different people that were mentally unstable that he came across in the military that did similar things to that. And yeah, that's just like what the military produces, and that's what they recruit, that's what they retain, that's how they are. I mean, I'm not even joking when I say it's a consideration of mine, and if you're not me, maybe it sounds a bit bizarre. But if you are me and you have as good a memory as I do, and you remember when this happened, I was sitting in my room. I was saying this kind of stuff that he was being accused of. I'm not even gonna lie. I was. I was openly calling veterans like losers and suckers and things like this around this time. I'm like, that's kind of my perspective on it. Is like it's like they're cheating everybody, right? And I remember, I don't know. Like if you told me that somebody were to have like taken a recording of somebody and claim it to be somebody else, you know, and it's like you can verify that it's true that it was recorded at this point, in time, but not necessarily you lie about some aspect of the meta, I don't know. It's like where's the story even come from? Maybe somebody backdoored into my machine and then got the idea of accusing Trump of saying the things I was saying. That sounds like a very plausible, like I'm not even joking, kind of thing that could have happened. Uh, it's like so. My hypothesis would be it's one informant. Imagine if it's like it works like this: they assign random people to like look at people's things, and it's like, I know this is not what happened. By the way, I know this is not, but like this is just okay. The usefulness of this exercise is to have you think about ways in which whatever structures they're using to monitor people may not be good, right? So imagine that in this instance they have these like people who spy on people's communications. So they're just like flitting around from this person's computer to that person's computer. They can just like backdoor into people's computers and listen to their microphones and see what's on their screens. That's basically just like what you do whenever you have a clearance for a lot of this stuff. And that's where this person gets that kind of stuff. And then you might have somebody that works in a department like that who surreptitiously alters some kind of recording. You know, you might have a system to validate all information. So it's like we know that this is what this person said at this time, and it's this person that said it, not anybody else. But then if you have a system of validation, it can be gamed. You know what I mean? So like I'm doing this kind of like back tracing on like hypothetical intelligence gathering organizations and like pitfalls that come with delegating authority. You know, key custodiate is supposed custodiate or something like that. You know, who will watch the guard? You know, who will guard the guardsman? Who will watch the watchman? Um, you have somebody appointed to look over all the people and ensure that everybody is not like doing any of the illegal things, right? Uh, but then that person is like, so for instance, you hire a bunch of people that are going to look at people being like murdered and uh, pedophilia, and now you've just hired a bunch of like people that love murder and pedophilia to work for you. Isn't that great? It's like a lot of like people who are just like super like what do you put on your resume? It's like no, I have tons of experience with this content that no, I want to say I want to have the controls and sit around all day looking at you know, I want to look at gore and you know animal. It's like it's awful. Uh, who's going to watch The Watchmen? Who's going to ensure that the weird freaks hired to look over all the weird freaks aren't weird freaks? Uh, this screen. I love how the background is just CNN. It's like they really want the name recognition. Canada News Network. Like, okay, we get it. All right. That's 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 the look of, yeah, probably. He's closing one eye. As you can see here, he's doing the Illuminati symbol. This is him symboling to everybody the one eye, right? And he's saying everybody knows that they're working together. So the idea that there's any conflict is, just for show. Uh, that was clearly an Illuminati signal. I think he agrees, though. Yeah, he has the look of like a toddler that just like Trump looks like he's been like, I don't know how, like Trump looks like disturbing. You know what I mean? It's like the state of his face, both of their faces is just disturbing. I don't know how to say. That's the denial. Just the veneer. You know what I mean? There's no way that's not a veneer. Yeah, he looks crazy right now. That look that Biden just gave. The very last part with the teeth. Yeah. Yeah, like right there, that one, like this part right here. He's like, yeah. There was a lot of, I think there was a lot of genuine hurt in that because he knows it's true. He's like smart enough to know that like his ratings are disastrous. Like the country is in a horrible condition. Does he even care? That look is just like genuinely frightening at the end. You know what I mean? It's like you're damn right, you son of a bitch. It's like you're damn right. I caused two wars, you son of. You know what I mean? He's supposed to be the peace president who got out of Afghanistan and ended war, and now we have like Israel and Ukraine. Uh, Ukraine was stable, Palestine was a non-issue, and then just like out of nowhere, both of them they just came from nothing. Just like everything was good, and then all of a sudden. So I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it again. It's unfortunate. We kind of have to just like throw Joe Biden out with the trash. He can handle it. He's had a great life. He's got to be president. He got to be vice president. Got to get brain surgery. Got to be president. uh, I just don't think that I would elect a man who had brain surgery, and it really makes me question the republic for which it stands. That republic for which it stands. Where are you from? Republic for which it stands. I think that'd be a great country name. Uh, yeah, man. I'm. I told somebody on a pier last year. Uh, I think he was wearing like a World of Warcraft shirt or something, and I mentioned to him that I was a High Warlord in Classic, and uh, I don't remember if he like remembered it or not, but I think I remember remarking that like, yeah, I'm looking to enlist in the United States Army as a 5-star general. It's like that's my offer. It's like with my expertise, it's like I went in through the front door, but at this point, I'm gonna need to be a 6-star general. Um, if you allow me to enlist at the rank of a 6-star general, I will join up. If I cannot do that, then I will not join. Um, if I can do that, I will work 24/7, 365 until the day I die. But if I can't enlist at the rank of a 6-star general, what's even the point? No money for hummus is exactly why people hate the United States, right? Like people always getting food restrictions placed on them by the United States. What like who does that? I'm pretty sure like that gets CPS called on you in the United States if you're like I'm not gonna feed you. You had enough food for the week. You know, but with other countries where they're like struggling, we're just like we're not gonna feed them. It's a way of encouraging them to cooperate. Much like the United States police force, there's just like no logic or like the incentive structures just do not work objectively, but nobody's gonna change them. So they're like starving North Korea and demanding that they don't have access to technology in order to get them to agree that they should get rid of their self-defense armaments. Get rid of all their ammunition, and then they can all be friends with their guns that they're going to use to kill them. It's like you sit down your gun, and then we'll come over there, and we won't kill you. We'll actually give you a high five instead. Uh, just totally trust us. It's not like we have like tons of people that are trying to assassinate you all the time or anything. From Kim Jong Un's perspective, and I'll say it again, I've said it before. I took a class with a professor that was ex military and he drew up plans. He said gave us these like information packets about North Korea, and said that we were supposed to devise a plan to kill Kim Jong Un, basically. And it was realistic enough that you could maybe infer some of that, what some of what we would have maybe produced for a realistic plan. I would not put that past like I doubt that we would rise to that level. I don't even know. They would probably would, they just throw it out and see what they get, kind of thing. Very low effort. You're you have government adjacent classes. You get professors that are ex-military or intelligence, and then you just tell them to like give students particular type of projects and see what you get, and then you can use it as a resource, kind of like free work. So yeah, my response was basically Kim Jong Un is innocent. He's just a child who was born into a position. Kim Jong il died, and the entire sin of the kingdom essentially dies with him. So, like, mm, my suggestion is you don't try to murder him because anything will have a retaliatory strike more than likely, and just pursue diplomacy. Like you don't. There's no point in even restricting them. Just be like, okay, here, good news, guys. We're gonna send you like some Quaker's oats. Wow, like big fucking whoop. Like what next? The fall of the world? How stupid can you be? Who's been making these decisions? You know what I mean? I never heard so much more. I've never heard so much more like him. Yeah, you're supposed to say it like slowly and confident. I've never heard so much malarkey in my life. I've never heard so much malarkey in my life. uh, yeah. Are you one of the troops? Okay. Um, Let me pull up a map of Kiev here. All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. Um, See, my basic contention is like I remember seeing like the footage of Don't Tusk, right? This is very like real to me. I watched this like from live leak perspective. I watched like the Vice stuff was pretty like real. It seemed kind of propagandy, but it was like still kind of like showing at least like what was occurring kind of. And then the stuff on live leak was very real. So yeah, like people were like dying here in 2014 and 15, and there were some people that wanted to join Russia, and some people that want to join like Europe, And in general, this area is just kind of poor, right? Like all of this, like even like this is probably like more richer, but these are like the really rich European countries, right? Like right here is like where you want to be for like all the richness, right? And then like all this is just kind of like this is like rough. This is like rougher areas, kind of, but not completely. Some's better than other. Like round here, right? In particular, like this whole region, like the buffer zone of Turkey, this is kind of like rough. Like Belarus, Ukraine here. So they're they're very impoverished and they want to either join Russia or Ukraine, and that's what the fight is about. And people died. So yeah, I think it started in 2014. And my big thing is if they're trying to cut like a line like right here, you know what I mean, and like access like this body of water and then trade out this port and trying to get these people to cooperate in that, like I think that's a legitimate, not a illegitimate thing to lay claim to, right? A lot of people would say like, okay, Russia doesn't have a right to just like seize territory, but then I don't know. Uh Crimea though. I mean, why even take territory? Where is the actual border? It's like right here. So it's like blockading here, you know, what advantages conferred. Like this is generally the Black Sea, which is the Caspian Sea. Yeah. And then this is what would you properly call this body of water? Um, Ionian Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Gulf of Sidra, Sea of Marmara. Um, Black Sea, no. Yeah. So we are, um, you know, I don't know. Like, if this is what they're actually trying to get access to, I think it's just fake. I think the whole war is an excuse to kill people. I don't know, man. You can easily imagine that there's like a cartel that just like there's a cartel that exists and existed for a long time, and they're like here, and they know that there's a bunch of like random like pissed off Nazis, like just like very like angry men that would like go kill people if they were like told it was okay and that they wouldn't face repercussion, and they would gain things, you know what I mean? And then they just kind of like get all these weird alcoholics. It'd be kind of like if you did like entrapment, if the military was just entrapment for socially undesirable people, you know. I guess it's just like a form of trying to process the phenomena of war. I'm trying to look for explanations, and it's like that would be one thing where you could say like, oh, well, that's what makes war. That explains war and that justifies war in some people's minds. It's like they go, oh, well, we got to get like all the violent drunks. That's essentially what they did in in France, with Napoleon's armies. It was a lot of like just like random drunkards would listen to some guy give a speech. The whole stereotype of like a mob with like pitchforks. That's France. That's what France does, you know. Uh, and they literally would just go through and like kind of like inspire people into riots. You know, they would instigate riots. So and then form like armies out of those people that they would get. It's kind of strange. Um, I mean, and that's really no different than United States recruitment. Like you go through, you instigate like any war. It's always kind of the same, right? Like people traveling around and like struggling for resources generally. I don't know. I mean, pretty much always choosing to try to end this train of thought. Um, so I mean, like I could understand if they're like saying, "Let us access this. Let us access the Black Sea properly," because Georgia cuts them off here. Is this properly part of Russia, or you say, yeah, that's Sochi? So I mean, like if they have Sochi, like why do they even need like what? Like they have access to the Black Sea. They don't have access to this necessarily. Yeah, looking at that geographical region, it does make me support significantly less. But uh, Crimea. Let me see here. Crimea territory. Right. They didn't have that territory until this, but Crimea was earlier. Um, and yeah, I don't know, man. I kind of like, I don't know. It's enough where I can understand why they want it and would like want to have that maybe like here as well. I mean, I think it's kind of fair. It's like I would, if I were like the United States president, I would probably be just kind of like, yeah, like fuck it, dude. Like, if we're basically playing puppet regime with Ukraine and just trying to make it like another European colony of the American empire, and this really doesn't fucking do anything for us. And we would probably gain more from an integrated Russian economy. You know what I mean? So I'll talk to Ukraine and ask them very nicely if they will shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of the way. You know what I mean? I have presidential immunity, so I'll just go kill them if I need to. JK, but yeah, BRB, and then just let them do it. Yeah, like what's the problem? I think that they're like ideological dumbasses that worked in the Biden cabinet, and they had a couple of different like flashpoints where they were under pressure and they had time sensitive reactionary decisions to make. And when push came to shove, instead of like choosing de-escalation and like reasonable like conflict resolution, they were such pussies that they didn't understand that there's give and take in negotiations, and they're just like, we want everything we want and we refuse to negotiate because we don't negotiate with the terrorists. You know what I mean? And then it just got to the point where they literally like just like fired shots out of ignorance, like the United States did, not the other way around. And I don't know. I see it as like a legitimate thing for this territory to be like Russian or contestably Russian. I think that the Russian like history of the region is extensive. I also know that the Ukraine did not exist until um I want to I don't want to misspeak. 91. Yeah, I was going to say 90s. Until the 90s. It's like I'm like that would sound really good if I got it right and really bad if I got it wrong. I kind of didn't say it, but yeah, 91. Obviously, I knew. Uh, I was gonna say 1990. I would have been off by 1 year, but uh, yeah. So the Ukraine is not this like long established country. This was like a more ambiguously and ambiguously regulated region, and it's been contested for a long time. Uh, but I think it does truthfully tend towards Russian because it's just like it doesn't make sense any other way. And like Ukraine was a formerly Russian territory, just like there wouldn't really be any distinction. It would just be like the Ukraine would be like a region of Russia as they would like as they would think of it. And then they kind of, it's large enough and special enough to be its own country, I guess, right? But also it's not solidly defined. And whatever happened in that, I can understand there was some conflict surrounding uh the different iterations. And the Tucker Carlson interview, that's I should go rewatch that because I never actually watched that all the way through. I just played some video games and watched the Putin Carlson interview. People were criticizing Putin for just going on and on and on about all this historical stuff, just blabbering on about history. And I remember hearing some commentators say that. I think it might have been I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been David Pakman, and I'm just like, yeah, of course he's blabbering on about history. It's like the history of it, it's relevant history. Like this person just going on and on and on about the history of the control of a territory which he's disputing. Am I right? I mean, come on. That doesn't excuse warfare, Mr. Bad Guy. You're clearly the villain. Uh, yeah. Um, so yeah, in 1954, this was kind of its own. Or am I wrong in reading it like that? Yeah, so Novo Russia, like literally the previous name of this area, like this would be Ukraine, this would be Novo Russia. Like it wouldn't even be called, you know what I mean? Like Donbass is over here. So whenever I heard about the Donbass conflict and I watched the Donbass like documentary and it was just kind of like, well, what the basically came down to is some people wanted to make money by joining Russia, some people wanted to make money by joining Europe. There's been this push to make Ukraine this huge country that encompasses this entire territory for political purposes of the West, as opposed to this, uh, you know, upper left region with this like kind of Russia buffer zone, right? So yes, like very clearly, there has been revisionism of this territory, And then furthermore, if you watch the Vice News documentaries, which I did whenever they first released, and I've revisited several times since because of all of this, uh, for the most part, like I said, these are people who just want access to markets. They just want capital. They just want basically capitalism, mercantilism, some form of access to products. They want to purchase things. And to do that, they need jobs and they need like investments in the area. There's not much out there. This is like the breadbasket of Europe, they say. This region, like in particular, produces like a ton of grain. It's like some of the most fertile land in Europe, right? So, I'm not like an expert on the geographical features of this region, but and just like the Russian war in general and how this stuff has gone, but like I definitely see the argument that this is a porous area, and if there's anywhere in the world to have like a territorial debate, and have like some like kind of argument about where the line is supposed to be drawn, this is only looking back to 1991. It's not looking back to like 1948. You know what I mean? This is not. Uh, this is a rather recent occurrence, and my understanding is that I don't know exactly what lines he was requesting, but I'm pretty sure it kind of looks like this, right? Like he wanted basically Nova Russia. It's like this is Ukraine, this is Nova Russia. But I think he mostly just wanted like this. He wanted this peninsula area. And maybe, he thought he could get the entire Ukraine. I don't know. Maybe it was a bit too far. It was a step too far. Uh, you negotiate from a position of strength, and like the whole time you're just like, this is an illegitimate state. That's a reasonable position that one might assume from the perspective of the Russian Empire that like the entire time this has been an illegitimate state, and this is just like a failure of, you know what I mean. So I think that Joe Biden and his cabinet did not understand in the slightest the nuance in the regional uh like vernacular. You know what I mean? I think they did not understand even one tiny amount, like not even an iota, like of it was either one of two things. It was either rigged, right, or it was not rigged, and Joe Biden and his cabinet did not understand anything, or it plays out that it appears such that they didn't understand anything. You understand what I mean? Um, and they just negotiated awfully. They took like very minor things, like if you move your troops into a region and hold a referendum and then say, "Hey, everybody in the town likes us. We're gonna stay here." Um, I don't know. I mean, like, what would be the worst thing that would happen if Russia did capture Nova Russia from Ukraine? Right? They would probably build a bunch of factories and like shipping facilities, and then like use it as a trade hub across the Black Sea to get into Europe quicker and more efficiently, and probably grow a lot of grains and stuff like that. Have a lot of warm. They desperately need warm weather territory, right? And access to better access to shipping lanes. I'm pretty sure they kind of. I mean, like the Caspian Sea just sucks. Just like point blank. It's awful because it doesn't have any outlets. It's like a Great Lake, but not even like the Great Lakes are better. It's one of the most like underwhelming bodies of water, it's nice for what it is to like jump from here to there or back and so, but like you're talking Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, like Tehran, like it's kind of too regional. This is relevant because if you can go through this port, right, this would lead to like a Russian Turkish alliance, I suppose. Um, yeah, and then you'd be here. And once you get your goods into this region, you're basically in the global market because you can go out this way or that way. But where they are right now, they have to like move all their goods up here somewhere and then like put it into the water and then ship it down this way or like send it through here and then put it on land and then ship it through, you know, or they have to like come over here and get off of here and then go down there and over here. I don't know. I don't even think that that's really a problem. I think that's all superfluous. I think that this is like an invitation. This is a fake occasion for war. I don't know. I can't trust it. I think that so if the president were anybody other than Zelensky, I don't know that I would feel the way I do about that. But because it's Zelensky, the guy that played the president on TV before he became president, it just feels like everything is disingenuous and it's just like a fake war designed to kill very stupid people. I don't know why. But yeah, the territorial disputes seem kind of legitimate. I think the truth is Joe Biden and his flunkies just didn't really like get it. There's really not much down here to be stolen. It's like if Vladimir Putin did take like this entire region, like all that would happen is they would have like a marginally less worse economy and probably increase trade in Europe. And it probably would not be that big of a deal to make minor concessions in certain instances. And like, I don't know, man. He said 500,000 troops. Yeah. I can't help but wonder if this one cryptocurrency I had, because there's this guy who posted under the name of Vladimir, like Vlad, I would sometimes like wonder if he's not like associated with Russia or something, or the coin would be, Vlad. Um, mm, I don't know, man. Rebuilding the Soviet Union. I don't know that that's realistic. You know, I think that's like alarmism. That's like history doesn't repeat; it rhymes, though. And I think that the rhyme here is like legitimate. Like I don't know, taking the entirety of Kiev. Like, what's he gonna do once he takes it? Like going to Poland, like going to these other areas. Like, what's the point? It's just like nothing really makes much sense in any of this. Like the most easiest explanation is that like very wealthy people wanted to get rid of 500,000 liabilities. there were 500,000 people that were asking, "Where's my house?" You know, and that's 500,000 less houses they have to build. Um, I don't know. I just generally I don't know. Looking at all the different Soviet territories, it was a whole lot of like short-sighted thinking. You'd think with Russia being so large, I used to really look at Russia and see like a really good opportunity and like had a lot of hope for it. Like that's such a big territory. They're not very populous. Um, you know, majority white Christian nation in some sense. That means that they are like they exhibit certain pro-social qualities and like the Greek Orthodoxy is a little if is the least worst brand of Christianity, but they're all horrific. Uh, I'm pretty sure, like Jesus said, "My Father does not dwell in a house of worship," and a lot of other things like make my house not a house of merchandise. And I'm pretty sure that like the Vatican was explicitly established to like mock that concept. It's like, all right, so we have to build a huge church that's made out of gold, and um, you can only come here if you pay us. All right. I mean, like legitimately, I'm not even entirely. I know this is like revisionist history, but you ever hear the prophecy of popes? Um, the prophecy of popes is a prophecy that there would be a certain number of popes before the fall of the church. And if you actually look at it, what's interesting is we are at the end of it. The prophecy actually ends on the current pope. So the Catholic Church is supposed to end. Uh, yeah. So Rome is about to end, and the dreadful judge will judge his people. And there's certain things which make it align such that uh, it appears as if the prophecy is accurate throughout the continuation of these people, right? Uh, but you know, they can do things to make it appear that way, right? They can retrofit the prediction in the modern time and be like, "Oh, whoa, what a coincidence! There's no way that's coincidence. You'd have to plan that for that to happen. There's no way we didn't plan that, did we, guys? No, 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 we didn't." Yeah, I think that's what they're doing with it. And if that's the case, then you know it could still be very interesting. It's like, what would that even mean? Uh, Peter Roman forgery. Still interesting. Um, maybe, maybe not. It's just that response gif. See, I think that's like a fallacy. I think that's like, you know what I mean? It's like you know, I mean, I feel like I, you know, I don't know who they got doing diplomacy with Russia, you know, but like maybe it's true, maybe it's not. It's the kind of thing you could really only find out at the diplomatic table. I watched Vladimir Putin's like conference where he talked about, do you want to live underneath a nuclear weapon for the rest of eternity, you know, from orbit back in 2019. I think it was. He called a conference with his cabinet shortly, and then like the next year he had they had redrafted the Constitution and gotten rid of the entire Congress. They'd recalled the government. Um, so I mean, in that speech, he seemed very like straightforward. He doesn't necessarily seem to be like I don't know, unreasonable. Like, if you negotiated that, like, he's trying to get access to like this, it's like, what are your goals of the region? Like, if you did have access to it, like, what would you even do with it? Is there like a primary thing that you need, that you're trying to get? Like, if maybe they really only need a few shipping centers for logistics purposes or something, like I keep on saying, a certain amount of farmland, you make territorial concessions because it's really not that big of a deal. But then I guess it is a problem if he wouldn't accept like concessions and be like, okay, that's enough. Then yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem too far fetched to ask for a portion of that territory, especially Novo Russia. That's what's supposed to be in New Russia. Russia. Right. It's the truth. And it began with trying to conflate January 6th with a real insurrection. It's like it just makes you look weak. You know what I mean? I think they're trying to like the response is and the heavy-handed response to the so-called insurrection is a attempt to appear strong, right? But it actually makes you look weak because it's saying that you're so worried about this that you see it as like an existential threat or like you're playing it up to be an existential threat, you know. And in the future, if there ever is a quote unquote storming of the Capitol, right? And like it probably will not be, by anybody that would want social media clout, but rather by somebody that is hardened and does not even give a fuck that there would be repercussions, right? So, uh, what? I mean, like, I guess you have to have some sort of response, but like, they could have done that without all of the drama and like still had like made their point. You know, there's like so much theatrics that go along with it, and most of it was very mild. It was like mostly just like disorderly conduct and maybe trespassing. You know, so it's really not that big of a deal. And then the ones that got like huge sentences, for the most part, they got them on something which was more of like trumped up, you know. So maybe the guy like took a laptop out of the room, but he's just a dumbass who wasn't thinking. You know, he didn't have some like espionage plan. He wasn't gonna like steal the laptop and take all the data and like yada yada yada. And you know, no, he's just some dude that's like, hey, look, a laptop. You know, then they like charge that guy with like stealing confidential electronic records. You know, it's like breaching a confidential government machine. You know, like whatever else was going on. You know, a lot of that kind of stuff. And yeah, I'm just gonna say it too. Like black prosecutors, black. I'm thinking like a black female prosecutor, like arguing in court, like, and I just immediately go like, you know, okay, well she's gonna like over exaggerate everything and make everything completely blown out of proportion and make really poorly argumented, you know, poorly logicked arguments, right? And then I also imagine like a black female judge. She's like, you know what? This is all hitting home, girl. You got this. You're right. You're so right. You know, like that thing I said earlier about you get control of the prosecutor, the judge, the police, and it's basically legal to murder people in the country. There's that one, I think it was in Texas. Some guy got shot at this bar. It was so damn quick by this one cop. I mean, it was just like crazy. And they exonerated the cop in like 2 seconds. And it's one of those things where he really hadn't like need to have shot the guy. Uh, that was a couple of years ago now, like 2, 3 years. Well, you're fucking retarded, first of all, and then second of all, you're dumb as hell. Uh, he held a rally, and then other people went somewhere after that. Yeah, he didn't say like, "All right, now go break into the building." I mean, I don't think he hired people to like instigate. If anything, the Democrats probably did. You know, it's like let's go to the Trump rally and like start something, like break some window or something. You know, see if we can get the mood shifted towards some more other things. I don't know. I haven't examined all the facts of the event, but I don't really care to either. Joe Biden is saying, Yeah. How dare they be mean to Uncle Joe Biden? They didn't vote for him. We should lock them up. And that's exactly the truth of that too. That's what people need to understand is all these weird freaks in like Discord and all these like goody two shoe types who are like, oh, did that person say something racist or is that a slur? Is that this or that? The people that like pretend to care about those things or like enforce that everybody like gives public recognition to that and like gives face to that. Like they're bad. I don't know. They're constantly making stuff up and exaggerating. And yeah, they'll delete information. They'll manipulate information too. You know, there are a ton of like really weaselly like people out there that are just like totally fine with like living a life where everything is fake and they're always lying and they're eating trash and both ideologically, spiritually, socially, mentally, everything, literally, food, trash, you know, just like mental and physical trash, trash, trash. And they will cheat and steal and delete evidence and accuse you of the things that they do themselves. And they will be the people that are able to like ban you from your social media account and rate limit your speech. I know, man. He's guilty of having sex with a porn star. I know. I mean, phew, damn. Yeah, you're really right. That billionaire sure did pay his mistress. What a fucking crime. There probably is like a lot of crime in Trump's history, though. Like the thing that would defend me the most is to know that he wasn't paying contractors that were doing legitimate jobs, which I'm pretty sure he probably did. Probably did a lot of. It's just like stiff contractors. Oh, I bet you tons of it. I heard that some guy allegedly committed suicide because he was stiffed on contracts from Trump as a contractor, like a general building contractor. But it's probably just propaganda, honestly. Somebody was telling like a personal story about somebody they knew, but it sounds like it was probably just propaganda because that's the kind of strategy that Democrats employ. It's like they have the TikToker, they have like young like TikTokers doing propaganda for Biden and stuff, and it's just completely disenfranchised from reality. You just create this alternate universe where nothing matters, and somebody who would otherwise not engage with politics just sees one little snippet and it's something that says something positive about your person, and that's it. So it's not to actually, their goal is not to inform people about politics or current events or anything. It's to make them just think one thought, person, good, done. You know, that is petty vandalism. That's called petty vandalism. That is what you call petty vandalism. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it might be more than petty vandalism. It's just vandalism. Who cares about their patriotism? You know what I mean? Like, uh, patriotic to what? The government or the country? You know, is it the territory and the people in it, or is it the government and the legal system of the government? You know, uh, territory and people in it is like what you're supposed to be more about. You're not really supposed to care about the other one. I think that we should force everybody to renounce their United States citizenship at the barrel of a Boston Dynamics robot's gun. And if they refuse, they should get shot dead. And that's how we will solve this entire problem eventually. No, he misspoke. I mean, this is cheapest, stupidest thing ever. The Proud Boys one. He said he got asked a very direct question. He said, "Will you tonight, Mr. Trump?" That's I think it was Anderson Cooper that asked the question. Tell the Proud Boys to like stop and stand back or something like that. And then I think he said like stand back, you know. And then Trump repeats it, and then he says like, stand by. And then everybody goes, that's it. He told them to stand by and wait for additional orders because he's commanding the Proud Boys, which is definitely a hateful organization with a mulatto leader. So they had like a light skinned black guy leading the thing, and they have like uh people of all ethnicities and gay people and stuff, and then they're calling them this like white supremacist, alt right, far right, fascist group. But like they're trying to make it like a Hitler Youth, or like a Hitler like stormtrooper kind of thing, or something like that. But it's really like just a bunch of like weird kind of counterculture boomer type people, Gen Xers really, right? It's just like a bunch of countercultural Gen Xers that like to like drink beer and talk about Americana, and then they're acting like and they're super liberal as far as like social issues go, and then super conservative as far as fiscal issues go and government issues, right? And then everybody's out here and they're just like, they're Nazis and they're evil white supremacists. It's like the KKK. They call themselves the Proud Boy. They're proud to be white or something. I don't know. It's like, and then they don't want to learn. But the truth is that the Proud Boys It's not that they're like Mensa candidates and like perfect human beings, but like legitimately the group doesn't really represent much of a threat to anything. And then there's that one incident where these people who were holding extendable batons and like following a group of Proud Boys home and then like went to attack them, got their asses kicked, and then they beat them so badly whenever they like defended themselves that they they prosecuted them. I don't even know that they beat them that badly when they defended themselves. But basically, the Proud like 3 or 4 members of the Proud Boys in Canada went to some like public event, and then on the way back to their car, got confronted by Antifa type people, defended themselves, and then got charged and put away for basically like life. It's the equivalent of life whenever you get like a decade or more, whenever you're like 40 plus years old, right? Uh, I mean, because I mean, like I would watch Gavin. What's his name? Gavin. There's a lot of Gavins. It's not Gavin Sign, not Gavin Newsom. Gavin McInes. Gavin McInes. And not all of his stuff was all that great. Some of it's decent. I'm not like a huge fan, and I'd watch him occasionally if he had something like an interesting topic or something. And he was like the leader of the Proud Boys, right? And I was like, okay, he's just like not that objectionable as far as I see. I mean, he kind of is a little bit offensive, but he's got that edgy like Gen X, uh, like punk rock hipster kind of thing going, right? So it didn't seem like he would be traditionally liberal. Like under the Bush administration, he would be like a Bush administration liberal who would be like anti-oil, anti-war, and then like they're trying to call this like this fascist group. It makes no fucking sense. Like I've been following this since like 4 or 5 years before anybody even knew what the Proud Boys were in mainstream media. It's like I knew what the Proud Boys were for years before Biden ever even first heard of them. You know what I mean? He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Just trust me. Uh, I'm not gonna say that like all of them were great people or some of them weren't like instigators and like idiots that do things like open carry ARs and stuff. I think a couple of them might have like done, there was a huge mix, but the point is like the organization itself was so like poorly defined and nebulous, but like it was defined well enough that it was not supposed to be anything super serious. It was supposed to be like a social club for people to get together and drink beer and like play games or whatever the hell else you might do. My new favorite meme is ever since they passed that Supreme Court ruling, a lot of weird stuff's been happening to people. It's like ever since they made Joe Biden immune to prosecution, a lot of like bad things have been happening to people in strange circumstances. It's like anytime anything happens, you just go like, yeah, ever since Joe Biden got that immunity. Doesn't matter what happened. There's a car crash. Pretty sure Joe Biden like cut their brake lines. Oh, yeah, believe me, man. And let me tell you, I'm such a like politics nerd that I watched that when it was posted before it was even popular, and I called out Joe Biden on the spot before it even became a talking point. I was like, that is like not going to play well to an audience. You know what I mean? Like I could, you know, maybe that's not true. Maybe somebody else showed it to me first, but like I definitely like the day of it, I found like maybe I found like the political commentator who was like talking about it, and then I went directly to the source and I watched the entire thing. I mean, I definitely got it in my subscription feed. I just like I was subscribed to that kind of stuff. I watched basically everything that Obama and Biden did and said from like 2009 to 2000 like 15, and uh yeah, I mean I watched like literally like everything. I would like skim it at a minimum. Like I was watching like I've watched like Obama give a commencement speech at a black university, you know, for like it's like why? I know, right? On the night where your wife was pregnant part. Um so on the night where he impregnated her, or on hold on. What's his crime again? I still don't understand. Wait, was she pregnant when I what was he trying to say? I mean, that is a little bit sick, isn't it? I mean, yeah, well, my opponent had a threesome with his pregnant wife. Am I right, guys? Yeah, how could you lead this uh country if you have sex? I mean, like what? Joe Biden no longer gets erections as he chose that so he can send all the blood to his brain. No, but I kind of wish I had. You know, it's like it honestly makes me want to go resubscribe to World of Warcraft. Maybe we could make some time running characters. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it next week. Try to get that double vault. And Snopes fact checked that one finally. After this, I think they finally fact checked it and said Donald Trump is on the right side of that one. That one is just like a shitty. They reveal themselves in the way they choose to debate. So for Donald Trump's side, he's using like talk of the future and evidence of the past. For Joe Biden's side, he's using cliched talking points which were tortured and contrived and never really true to begin with. So he's constantly lying. Uh, I mean, it's just inaccurate. There are many fine people on both sides. So you're calling Nazis fine people? It's like no. It's saying there are a lot of people that went out there that were not even like aware of that these people were going to be doing this thing. You know what I mean? They just kind of took over the event. Uh, and so if you're throwing everybody away because they were in attendance at this thing, you're being irrational, was his point, right? And even the people that were like carrying the stuff and saying like, Jews will not replace us and all this other stuff, they're just they're just like angry and confused. Like it's not even like that big of a deal. The idea that you need to like find out who they are and make sure they never work again. It's like how dare that man say that Jews have a lot of money and power. I'm going to make sure he never has a job again. I don't know. With some of it, it's just a little bit much. Like people are way too reactionary. Uh, just noticing that Judaism literally refers to non-Jews as animals, right? So the basic tenet of Judaism is that Jewish people have heavenly souls, right? Which are of the essence of God, and that non-Jews, have these animal souls which aren't capable of achieving the same things as, you know, heavenly, godly souls, right? Uh, and so uh, that's kind of supremacist and exclusionary. It's not a the whole basis and tenet of the religion is one of supremacy. So to have the notion of a concept of something as Judeo-Christian values is just a contradiction in terms. You see often like Martin Luther, Lutheran churches. Martin Luther would talk about like throwing Jews off of bridges and stuff like this. Like he was like vehemently anti-Semitic, and uh, yeah, I think that accurately represents the nature of these things from a philosophical standpoint. Like they are in like extreme contradiction with one another, Christianity and Judaism. And Judaism is really like kind of a lifted version of Zoroastrianism is another take I have, but also uh, you know, it's all just kind of like a mixture of storytelling and like schizophrenics and people like having dreams and, people just like going crazy. Imagine that you don't have like any concept of like modern psychology or science or anything. And you're like having crazy dreams and you see like animals and stuff that are based off of things you've seen before in nature. And it's like, I saw a huge, whatever, I don't know, huge dragon. Anyways, what was I talking about again? Where are we at? Oh yeah, so they would basically imagine like demons and angels, and then they would draw these images of these demons and angels, and then they would talk about doing rituals to like gain their favor, and it's kind of like, you know, any genre of fiction, people would just write weird Gnostic texts like these. And Zoroastrianism had some of these, and Judaism had some of these. And then over history, they've culled and selected the best texts that most like accurately encapsulate what they want people to perceive the entire thing to be. But it's really this like weird evolutionary, like human psychology, like cultural phenomena kind of thing that's also a cult, that is such a successful cult that like you can't really even call it a cult anymore, or else people get angry at you and call you a bad person. It's bizarre. And you know in essence, I'll go ahead and say this if I haven't stepped on enough toes. Balfour Declaration, as if I ever give a fuck. Balfour Declaration and using World War II as a justification, it's just, it doesn't really work very well. It doesn't mean anything. Like, it's Al Nakba for sure because we have Joe Biden as president. I mean, like, just, uh, um, they didn't really need to do that. You know what I mean? They just didn't need to do that. It's not like an anti-Jew thing either. It's just like creating nation states in general, I think, is a very difficult thing and not really worth the squeeze. Like, you can like try your best to get what you can out of this, but there's not going to be much. Like, you're like, all right, sure, go be surrounded by people that hate you for the rest of your life. You're finally free from persecution. You know, uh, for somebody that hates conflict and really wants and loves peace, you really are good at like inviting it by doing this. The idea that they were going to find peace through war was always just, it just was illogical. Like, they made money doing this, I think. And they would be like Lord Jacob Rothschild, who's recently deceased, I believe. Um and yeah, he he did not you know anticipate this probably being a issue for this long. Everybody that was in favor of like Israel and forming Israel probably thought that there would be no lingering conflict and that it would lead to an immediate peace, and that would just be like the resolution, and that would prevent any kind of like World War II, Nazi Germany type stuff again. But yeah, the truth is just fundamentally, I mean, they have a supremacist religion. They have a supremacist ideology. And the reason of the supremacism in that ideology is just a fundamental narcissism. It's just, we're better because God. the person we made up, right? God's chosen people. I mean, come on, like, get real. Go fuck yourselves. Yeah, you can go burn in hell. Uh, you just anybody says something like that, I mean, like, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous statement. Um, if you're an objective scientific person, it's just ludicrous. If you're somebody who doesn't care about being a charlatan and a fraud, then like go ahead and knock yourself out. I mean, it's not the worst thing you could say, or don't get me wrong. Go ahead and say it. I'm not, and by all means, like be Jewish. Like, and there's a difference between like Jewish ancestry and the Jewish religion. I mean, be both. I don't care. You have Jewish, but at the same time, the religion itself, and particularly distinct from like Reformed Jews and people who are just like culturally, uh, you know, their lineage has is Jewish roots, but they wouldn't necessarily identify as a Jew as far as the religion. You know, it's like that's the way to be if you are a Jew because it's a ridiculous thing. It's like you come from that and it makes sense and you can see how people like exist within that framework and it's like all right, cool. You just go do it's kind of like a social club or whatever, but also with the internet and where our information age is, it's just kind of ridiculous. You're really going to be like a highly observant Jew with all the information we have, like that's how you're going to choose to like direct it. You think that that's really like that's it. It's like God really wants you to like spin a fucking dreidel and eat matzah. Like that's what's going to get you there. Like that's what's going to improve everything. What's going to lead us into the Holy Land is if we just keep on keeping all these like centuries old traditions that, you know what I mean? It's like they hold some symbolic like place for like historical purposes, but also like, just like realistically speaking, I don't think that like taking a day where you only eat fish or something like that is going to do fuck all for anybody at any point for anything. You know, it's a whole lot of like nonsense. It's just kind of it's like a vestigial organ. We don't really need religion, but we evolved it for a purpose. But that purpose is long ago kind of like disappeared. Religion doesn't serve to like accomplish the function that it was supposed to anymore. And we need something else that we're not growing, and we don't know what it is really, but we definitely don't have it. So if you have like an online advertisement, like, oh, we're gonna have an event, everybody's gonna be there, come down to the square. We want to have a huge attendance, and then like you get like a couple hundred people, and then like 50 people break through with SWAT stickers and like torches and shit like that. Everybody else that showed up out of those hundreds is now guilty by association. That's the flaw here. That right there. Joe Biden's only hope is to like kill Trump and then pardon himself. Supreme Court said he could. It's true. 100%. Also true. Proving his point, because that's what he just said. He said that you said, because you did say that the reason you ran was because of Charlottesville to score political points as like a one off statement that doesn't really mean anything in a speech where you had a ghostwriter, probably. Uh, and then your response is, that's not the reason I ran. What you're saying is wrong. It's like, but then you're contradicting yourself. He's not even like defending his original statement, which would be the point that he would need to be doing at the point. Am I wrong about that? You know, I don't know. It's like the idea that he's talking about this all being fabricated. So he's implying that Donald Trump is saying that on on the Charlottesville rally, there were no people with swastikas or torches or pitchforks, right? Whereas like his response is those people look like they came dressed for a photo op, and it looks like it was intentionally done to like, I mean, that's what you do if you're like a I can imagine somebody doing that. Like, all right, hey guys, we're gonna have a Unite the Right rally. We want everybody, we're all across the aisle. We should all really get together. I mean, like, we should reunite. Like, some of us are libertarians, some of us are Zionist. I mean, let's all just get together and hold hands and praise Yahweh. You know, um, it's Yahweh or the highway. That's what I like to say. Am I right, guys? Um, yeah, so we saw with our own eyes what happened. He never said that January 6th there weren't people who like went in and like pushed over statues or like broke a window. But it's like the most egregious thing that happened on January 6th was a security guard shot a random woman for no fucking reason. He just did it. Uh, that is the worst thing that happened. It's just like every picture of Biden's face. Like that look to the camera. It's like, oh, why is that thing moving? Like it's like caught up. Whoa. They like look sharp for the camera. Like adjusted his posture. I don't even know. It just does not look sharp. Looks beaten down. I just don't even know what to say about that. Honestly, it's such a stupid fucking thing to say. And uh You know what I mean? It's like you're making that about race. You're the one saying that, and there's no race-based payments in this country. If there are, it's only to the advantage of people who are not white. So, the idea that you're going to complain that like black people don't have enough free shit as it stands when white people are like dealing with everything that they're dealing with is just kind of fucking hilarious. He's literally the um 12th term of Obama. So, he's the 12th year of Obama. So, like, uh, it's just like not a leg to stand on anymore. Black people at this point basically get like they get more free shit than anybody else in the entire like world. Just for if you are an intelligent, well put together black person, you get stuff handed to you. Okay? I'm sorry. It's the truth. If you are an intelligent, well put together white person, that is expected and anticipated, and you are resented almost more than even anything else. Like, uh, everybody wants to have like black friends and like black people in their organizations so that they can like get the credit for having black people around. As fucked up as it is, it's just true. So it became a like we need a token black guy kind of thing, and it became easier for black people and you know other ethnicities also have their own dynamic. So it's like black people stick up for black people, and that's good because it's community. Asian people stick up for Asian people because they're Asians and they share that common ancestry and they recognize that and they help each other out whenever they're in foreign countries because they just inherently know um you know and Hispanic people always help Hispanic people because again they just immediately have that connection from being in the same region. But if a European were to try to help a European, somebody with a European ancestry, that is considered supremacy and morally repugnant. And like, if anybody hears you even like suggest this argument as a logical proposition, because even though it's a logically true argument and everybody agrees with it that has anything worth respecting in the way of like philosophical reasoning skills, uh, somehow it's just completely culturally taboo. And the idea that like Nazi Germany is the reason for that, or like slavery in the United States, it's just ridiculous. It makes no fucking sense. The Enlightenment people were all white. They're the only reason anybody ever even thought anything remotely against slavery at any point whatsoever. You know, like like the whole system of valuing humans and this weird kind of moral liberal how do you say, like, writing based kind of framework. So this idea that the treatment of an individual may live on in writing through time. So like if you're you know there are a lot of kings that would like torture people and then nobody would really like know the names of the people they torture. You just like kill somebody and then you're lost to history permanently. But with writing and proper communications and things like this, they usurp these systems. Anyways, that's the Enlightenment. Well, the truth is that if you actually want to fix it, you probably need to focus on cultural issues in the way of like rap and sports, and that would be about it. Like rap and sports, like It's too stupid and it's too vain. Like, and I think that there are a lot of people like black kids whenever they're like 12, 13, 14, 15, you know what I mean? They grow up a lot, you know, you're like you hit puberty and then you feel like you're like really like a really good athlete and you think that you're like really all this and that. And a lot of people think that they're gonna like sign contracts and they're gonna be like a rap artist or they're gonna be an athlete or they're going to like be an influencer on social media. And then the reality is that none of that shit actually fucking exists for the vast majority of people, right? Like it's a small percentage of people who are actually like going to be good at those things. And the world needs a lot of other different positions and roles which are more practical. And there are ways of doing things and having fun in life that do not fall on these cookie cutter, bland ass personality type ways of living, right? So like not every black person has to do the same fucking stuff, you know what I mean? Like just being real. Like that's what has to change is you know I had a friend who was black growing up that I would play cards with, and you know he remarked one time that he didn't really like being associated with some of the other people at his school who were black because of their behaviors, and like I remembered that because it's like yeah, and you know there's a difference between like a black nerd type, you know, somebody who's like watching anime and like talking about, you know, the effects of that this one item in that random game, you know, or something like that, like talking about how to stat out your character in a game or something like this, right? And somebody that's like I don't know, rolling dice and like snatching dollar bills back and forth between like five or six people and like smoking blunts and, you know, like shit's I mean it's just obviously there's no comparison. Like you have to look at each individual on their own level. That's the point of why I'm saying this. And I have to say something like that when I levy a criticism because I've been around people of both types, you know. And it's like I guess like there's some room for some people who are like irresponsible. It's like we can manage those people, but ideally like you're talking about the politicians and the political, you know, the government, you don't want those types of citizens. You don't want to proliferate rap and whatever else. You might want to for like the purposes of like workers. So like you want men in the delivery, you know, you want men who are doing like warehouse work or like assembling cars, like you know, you want them to be like listening to music, like rap music. And it's like super simple. You know, it's just like heavy, thumpy beats. You know, it goes to the rhythm of the work. And it's all just kind of like gloating and I'm really cool. And it makes you feel like you're like, you know what I mean? It lets black people in particular identify with the black artist who is rapping, right? So it's almost like they wrote it. You know what I mean? You see somebody like, you'll see people like walking down the street rapping sometimes with, and they'll have their like, you know, stuff going in their ears, and they think they're really damn good. They think they're as good as, or if not better than the thing they're listening to. You know, like they listen to the song and then it's like they think they wrote it. You know, that's how their mind like plays tricks on them, right? It makes them feel like that. Uh, you know, and then they're like they end up playing this character of whoever they're imitating in a song. So it's like you like a song for the beat, and then all of a sudden you're just like, yeah, you know what? I would shoot anybody for any reason, for no reason whatsoever, because that's what a black person's supposed to do if they're strong, unless you some kind of bitch, you know. Uh, Something you will just not understand. Something you just can't understand. How I can just kill a man. Now here's something you can understand. I made that point earlier that technology makes progress no matter what. So like you can never really point to like technological progress. Technological progress exists independent of everything else. It's like you could go 30,000 steps backward in terms of social progress and you'll probably still advance in terms of technological progress. So black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Well, but they also like don't count people who are discouraged from seeking work or long-term unemployed or any number of other things, you know, like the metrics which they use to torture the data to make it appear good is not good. And you'd probably rather use a metric with job satisfaction. It's like how many Americans, when polled percentage wise from a legitimate population base, so I'm saying from a legitimate sample size, right? So you don't like try to cheat and steer the results like is what happened most of the time. But how many Americans would not switch jobs if they had the opportunity? That's how you could judge the strength of the economy. It's like how many Americans would keep their jobs? Like how difficult would you rank uh you know replacing your current job with something better to be? Like would you are you happy with your current job, and how difficult would it be to find something better? You know, like people need to be happy where they're at. That's the real success of the economy. If people are all employed because they have to in order to live, that doesn't really fucking mean anything, my friend. You know, uh, yeah, like, did you know that 100% of the people that we didn't shoot yet still have jobs? What an interesting statistic. Yeah, that's really just the truth of the country. Um, it's like the second that you don't have income for the most part, uh, they'll just like throw you in the cemetery. Cutting children in half. Okay. I don't know. I'm getting bored of this. Whenever you started speaking, 2 minutes is a long time to listen to Biden speak. As if anybody's going to pay their bills for 10 years. And everybody else, fuck them.